What's up, everybody, and welcome to Bridge the Gap. My name is Holden Stephan Roy. This is the show over here behind that suit where we try to bridge the gap of knowledge via these interviews. We having conversations with people. We just going through their stories one by one and learning what we can, extracting those knowledge nuggets and enhancing our overall understanding of, I don't know, the game, life. Who knows what comes up? Yo, we learned about wrestling last time, and it was fucking fire. It was an amazing experience. But straight up, Metikulus is a crazy, interesting guy. Like, he does so much shit, I didn't even realize he rapped. And I only discovered that once I was already live and we thought to type your name into Spotify and started bumping your album real last minute. Good shit, though. Really good shit. But he makes the beats. He fucking has... Okay, if you type in Metikulus and insert idea... whatever it is, within 15 years it will be there. You'll see Metikulus shakes and he'll have his shake company in the future. He'll have his fucking whatever. Pick an idea, man. Metikulus is going to be there with it.
Next up is cooking.
See what I'm saying? I see the pre-pictures on his Facebook as he's trying to follow the Peter West way into the future. Shut up.
You know what it is? You blend food and music. That's heaven. Like you can't beat that. You can't beat that, man. Straight up and down.
But yeah, what I love about Metikulus is that the guy is more than just like one thing. He's in everything. He has like an entire brand built around him with a lot of different initiatives in fucking place. So let's start this off. Let's start this off with the first real question, because end of the day, you are music first, is my opinion in this shit. And all the music people get this question. It's a little bit of a convoluted question. It is what it is. So my girlfriend is washing the dishes one day, and she's bumping that Black Eyed Peas shit that I got a feeling, whatever. And she's like dancing around doing her thing. And, you know, in general, that's what she does. She bops around. She bumps her Iggy's or this is or that's. And I realized all this shit once upon a time was the fucking club music. Like, I have vivid memories of jumping around in circles to that very same Black Eyed Peas song, doing my thing with all the other drunk fools. And now it's tourist music. And then I realized, yo, that's just always kind of how it's been. So, yo, all y'all people turning up with your liddies right now, that's tourist music one day. And that's the best compliment I can give you, because it means in 20 years, some mom out there and some dad out there is dancing, doing some sweeping shit. Either way.
It's true.
So I got brought back.
That's the music. That's what brings it to, like, it's a nostalgic feeling when you listen to music 10 years down the line, and you're like, oh, you're doing your family thing. You know what I'm saying? You're on your P's and Q's at home, but you're like, yo, I remember what I was doing when this came out.
It's a big insight.
I remember when the Rockweiler came out with Redman. I remember that was like.
But we're gonna get there. But let's go all the way back, though, because the first question actually just brings it back, right? Because for me, I was thinking, though, my parents, right? They did this shit, too. So my dad's got the Zeppelins. My mom's got the discos. They're into tapes. That's what's going on. They got the fucking much musics. The radios is going on. My dad had those amplifiers and, you know, those speaker wires where you had to actually cut them and fucking do that.
You had the two wires. One would plug into the white. One would plug into the red. Yeah. You'd have a lot of fun.
And then all of that to say is it made me realize that when it comes to our musical journeys, they don't actually start with those like typical things when we go, yo, that's my first favorite songs. That's what, you know, that's not the start. That's actually a little bit down the line. The start is when the people when you were super youthful, your earliest memories, it's like that shit that actually is the beginning of your musical journey. It's the environment that surrounded you in the most youthfulness of youth. So I was hoping you could walk us through what like a 5-year-old Metikulus was like, you know, going on, what the sounds of his youth were, you know, were you dancing, what the technology was like. Tell us about all of that.
Okay. I was 3 years old when I picked up an acoustic guitar.
Look at that.
And from there, my parents saw that, and I was in guitar lessons when I was 4.
Bruh, I just wasn't expecting it to start so young. That's the youngest so far. You are officially the youngest starter of your musical journey to date.
Yeah. That's just like, you know what it is? I spent a lot of time learning theory, you know, like how to play guitar, read music. Like
At
I
3 years
hated
old,
the
4 years old.
bar chords. I still hate bar chords to this day.
What's a bar chord?
A bar chord is where you basically have to slap your whole finger across a whole bar, and then your other fingers have to hit other notes. So it's just really,
Did you
I
have
always
like
hated it.
did you have like a little guitar because you had little hands?
Yeah, yeah. Back then I was a small dude. I probably got big when I was like 6, 7. That's when I just shot up.
Okay.
You know.
So
But yeah, man, I started doing music like really, really, really young. I used to go to church when I was younger, and so our church had people who taught music. They had an
okay.
orchestra. There was a choir. There was it was very musical.
Mm.
It was very musical.
So outside of church music though, what other kinds of stuff were you listening to? I mean, I'm gonna have to say at 3, I'm gonna assume your parents still kind of dictated the radio control and what music was actually being played around.
Music, bro. CJAD talk show.
Whoa, you guys got talk shows? It wasn't even like
Yo,
music.
no music, bro. Because like
Whoa.
again, like we went to church, so there wasn't really a lot of gospel music around it, like any and everywhere, easily accessible, you know. And
Okay.
so they basically it was just like, yo, just you stay here. You're gonna learn how to play. You're gonna learn how to play music, and then different musicians around would like teach me, you know.
Yo, that's an actually really like distinct experience. Let's unpackage that for a second. So you're a young kid, like really young.
Yeah,
You pick up a guitar. They're like, "Fuck it, you're gonna become a musical prodigy one day, whatever." But you're not allowed
I
to
don't know.
listen to music. You have to go to church and do that shit only. So I kind of
Yeah,
empathize with that a little bit because I grew up in a Christian household, and I was only
exactly.
there were phases of my life where my parents were what I would call super Christian, and during those phases, oh boy, man, the music had to be pure, right? Like it could not be no secular shit.
You are understanding me 100%.
Yeah, so
A hundred
secular
percent.
being non-religious, but like basically, but that's an because yo, I have to say like part of my like interest in music actually comes from church, from like going to like Christian youth group concerts and shit like
All of
that.
my
There was like a
all
band
of
there.
my music was that.
So how long does that last for? Because I guess you're getting an education then, and you're learning. Yo, what's your favorite church tune?
Bro, you're going back in time, man.
That's the goal right now.
You're going back in time. Yo. Wow. Yo, honestly, I don't even remember them.
That's fair, man. I only remember
I'm
like
like,
one.
I'm literally like, you're talking about like the church hymns and stuff like this?
Yeah, like personally,
Yeah.
I like the one that's like, "Our God is an awesome God, He reigns." That's
Okay,
my
okay,
shit. That's
okay,
my
okay,
shit.
okay, okay. So listen, with that specific song, the one thing that was crazy with us, because our church, we had an orchestra, like a full orchestra, like brass, trumpets, flutes,
Woo,
strings, all of
woo.
that, everything. This is where we're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna get into all of that, but that's where I got all my musical like background from. Was playing a lot of these instruments, learning them and playing them. So that specific song had a crazy rendition that our orchestra had played. Every Tuesday was rehearsal. Every Sunday was the time.
Mm.
That was it.
Yo, I have to say, of all the church hymns, if you ever want a good time, type in "Our God is an Awesome God" techno remix, and that shit just slaps. Like it slaps fucking hard. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's not what you would expect me to say, but that melody is powerful, and you could make a whole orchestral jam out of it. But you could also go in whole other directions with it. But that's sick,
Yeah,
man.
I don't doubt it now.
Mm. But that's sick, man. So you were really like involved in this for how long? I guess this is your whole childhood,
My
or
whole childhood was this. I started doing sound engineering when I was like 9, 10.
okay. Let's before we get to sound engineering. As you're going through your youth, you're doing this music shit with the church. Is there anything like crazy, interesting that goes down? Stories you'd want to share? Like pretend this is Wikipedia and you get to control anything that goes into this portion of your early life.
Man, I'm just remembering all of the rehearsals.
That's even
I'm
important though.
remembering, tons of rehearsals. I spent, honest to God, I spent a lot of time at church. Like I was at school, and then go home, learn music practice guitar. Tuesdays, go down to church when all of the rest of the music program was like rehearsing. And yeah, man. And I started to actually do do my music school first, and then I would go upstairs, and then they would have me actually playing with the orchestra just to keep practicing.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
crazy.
this is what really showed me and taught me, harmonies and what each instrument's power really is. And I just loved all of it. I'm like immersed deeply in music from, you know, I would say I started doing that when I was like maybe 6 years old.
That's like, no, you guys realize we're not even past the double digit ages. And already, Metikulus has clocked probably more experience than most people in the game, in Montreal, at least. Not all.
Yeah,
A lot of y'all OGs are
there's a
still in
lot.
it,
There's a lot.
but there's a
Yeah,
lot
there's a
more
lot of people
youngins
who
in the
have
game
it.
now. So I'm saying that, like, if you're like from like by the time you're 10, you're already clocking fucking 7 years experience, guy. That's how long it's supposed to take to make. That's how long it took Kendrick to go in the back end and get to the point of Section 80, right? So like
Yeah,
you clock
yeah,
that, yo. I'm a big believer of the 10,000 hours to perfection idea.
exactly, exactly. I heard that when I was young. I heard that in my teens, and I was like, well, I well surpassed that. You
Yeah.
know?
I remember when I realized I had passed the 10,000 point. I'm like, yeah, that's some real shit. They can't take it from me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, man, it's a stood up straight. That's you know what I'm saying? Like, you know?
No, that's
It's a
amazing,
good
dude.
feeling, man. Because a lot of people, you got to realize, like, on the story, we'll pause for a second, but you got to realize a lot of people nowadays, they start things, and then because of the fact that it gets a little bit hard, it gets a little bit, the ground is a little bit sticky, or you have to walk on eggshells, or, there's something.
Yeah.
So with all of these little things that you end up having to do, they go back to square A. Then they might change their direction and start walking again, but because of the fact that now there's a little bit of clouds, now the grass isn't cut, it's not as nice. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't see the mud holes. Now they got to back up and they go back. So a lot of people
I hear you,
they never
man.
get off the starting point.
And I really like what Merker Miyagi had to say. 10K hours, you mean lap one? And I'm like, fair point, eh? Because at this point, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, you only have 10K hours? It's like, oh, now you're going up against the guy. There are people, and I know that, like, this is when I realized I should probably find something else because, like, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to compete as the best. There are people who can literally rap, like, 9 hours a day because that's all they
I
do.
don't doubt it.
And I'm like, yo, at the end of the day, like, I might be good, but I'm certainly not practicing like that. And I don't know how to compete with that level. I mean, I practiced for years and whatever. But so, like, when
But
you think about how
more
it stacks up
practice.
and when the real competition is out there, and then, that doesn't mean it's unattainable. You shouldn't pursue things. It just means that, like, understanding what's actually out there is really key. And I love what you said there because don't get me wrong, any tangent that lets us go talk about some shit like this, beautiful stuff, man. That's a knowledge nugget you just dropped.
Yeah.
Shit's hard, and people don't. You
Uh,
gotta like plow through. You can't be backtracking. Like,
you can't. If you backtrack, you failed already. Time's still moving forward. Time is consistently going forward. You're supposed to be going forward with time. And if you're not going forward with time, what's happening? Time's still moving. You're on pause. Time goes forward. You're behind.
I feel like that's really a powerful thing to say at the start of 2021 with the context of the last year of most of our lives. But
I didn't let that happen. That's the whole reason as to, like, as you said at the beginning, like, that's the whole reason as to why I have so many different things I'm doing is because most people paused.
but that is way
I was
too
like, really?
far in the timeline of this story. And we're gonna play with the concept of time and bring it all the way
Let's do
back to like you as a 7, 8 year old. So you said you started producing about back then, which is fascinating. We're gonna have to elaborate on that more. But I'm curious if over this course of life you start going to school and shit, do you start getting exposed to pop music more? Do you get exposed to more shit
Yeah,
outside of church music, or is it still mostly
yeah.
church music?
I get it. I start to get influenced. I start to listen to more music because look now. Okay, about age 9. This is back in the day. I used to live in Lachine. I was
Mm.
yeah, man. I have an older sister and a younger brother, and we all used to live in like Lachine with our parents on Louis Paré. I'm never gonna forget that, man. You know, life, man. You never forget your history, your roots. So
Were you born there? Was that like where you're
yeah,
from?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I
was
forgot
all
to
just
ask that.
Lachine. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I was born at the old where the Children's Hospital used to be down at Atwater.
Okay.
Um, I was
Okay.
born
Okay.
there,
Okay. Okay.
and yeah, yeah, man. So in Lachine, when I got to about grade 4, that's when the school started to realize about my music powers.
Okay. Okay.
So they put me in the music program, and I was playing the ukulele, the little 4-string baby guitar, smaller than a banjo. I was playing that bad boy, and because of how fast I was excelling, because of the fact that I was already playing guitar, they put me on the big bass, like the cello. So I was like,
Like stand up?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's the
I
shit.
was already a big boy at that time too. So they saw that I was able to hold that. They were like, yo, that's you. So I said, okay, cool. And so I really excelled with that, you know?
That's amazing.
That was that was great. By the time I was on the cello, I was in grade 6. And grade 7, I ended up in Lachine High. Right across the street, I went to Meadowbrook as an elementary.
Okay.
And right across the street was Lachine High School at the time. Now it's
All right, so
Lakeside
we
Academy.
got to roll it back a little bit because, high school, you're like 12, 13, right? And you said you started producing at like 10. So we got to
Well,
talk.
engineering at church. That's when I started to do the
So
sound
now we got to
engineering.
go into that a little bit before we go into high
Okay,
school because that's also
okay,
fucking fascinating.
okay, okay. So, um, I used to, as a kid, I would get, I don't know, I was just always involved. I would always just get involved with things, you know? So I started doing things like ushering, and um, I was already doing all the music. Then one time I'm in the balcony, and I see the sound guy, and I see him sitting in front of all of these lights. And remember, back in those days, that's when Star Trek and Star Wars was popping on TV.
Ah!
And so anything with bright lights, you're looking like the captain of a ship because you got all these lights in front of you and you control it all. So I'm looking at this dude with the soundboard, and I said, oh, he's controlling all of these mics and what everybody hears. I need to do that. That looks interesting. So I just, not to say gave up on everything else, but like I less focused over there and lost a little bit of focus over here. And I saw that and I was like, okay, I want to do that.
Mm.
So I had, over the course of, I learned how to engineer, and then I was just engineering from age 9, age 10, right through till age 17.
Yo, hold up. What church was it?
Evangel,
Where's that?
down at Atwater.
Okay, okay. So shout out
Yeah.
Matthew Nathan. I don't know how to say that last name up on Facebook for shouting out Evangel Stand Up where it all started.
Eh,
So respect.
they all know. They all know. I have a lot of people around me now. I have a lot of people in my life that's now coming back around. It's really interesting because I don't know. Life is just very interesting thing it's finicky, and I
Yo,
just appreciate
biggest of
how it
facts,
all
dude.
operates.
One time, just on that note, I worked with this girl when I was like 17 and we hated each other. I think it was one of those we didn't know how to talk to each other and it was just the two of us in a video store. It was awful. years later, we're like chatting it up a storm and shit. You know, I don't know, a decade goes
Yeah.
by and everything changes and people just are completely different than they were when they were young. Um,
Yeah.
that's where the Pokemon spot was. That's what my girlfriend is saying. That's where we played Pokemon next to that church and catching all the
Okay, in the
Pokemons
park
that. Yeah. So I know
across the
exactly where
street.
you're at. Okay. Yo, those people were cool. That church was like out there like giving waters to people and like making sure people's was like fine. Big
Yeah,
respect.
we did a lot of different things. Like I remember we did different like different events in the park where we would
Mm,
have to like set up the sound system and stuff. And by that time, I was like, that's what I was doing. You know, set up the
big
sound system
exposure.
from scratch, set it up, let the show happen, and then tear down the equipment. You know, I started learning how to do all that. I was at that time, I was like 13, 14.
All right, so we'll get to that. So you
Yeah,
basically saw the Star Trek ship and you said, "I want control like the captain." And I suppose,
yeah,
you know what's crazy is now that I look at music, I see what you're seeing now and how me as the MC guy, I'm not really driving this ship at fucking all. It's really the producer dudes who drive all that ship, and I'm just
yeah.
like,
I noticed that when I was like that age, I was like, that's the control.
mm,
That's why it's called the control room.
that's big facts, eh? All right, so you start getting into that. I assume church starts teaching you. You get the opportunities there, and then
Yeah,
you
I have
roll.
like 3 or 4 different guys that like really invest time and teach me how to do this.
That's amazing.
Like, and this is all, and because of the fact that this is all in church, I did this all, and this was all for free.
Yo, churches are cool like that. No,
You
like
know, this is all knowledge that I just started to absorb. This is all knowledge for free. So I just was like, okay, well, let's do that. You know?
I like that. That's really cool. And there's a big community element there. Like people are just invested in helping you for like the sake of helping you. That's sweet. Like that's like sweet in this world, you know?
Bro, it's the purest form of help.
That's nice.
You
I don't
know?
mean that like in a bad way. It's just a nice thing to
Bro,
hear. Um,
it's a I greatly appreciate it because like I wouldn't be where I am now.
um, all right, so you get into high school and I guess stuff starts changing. But at this point, somewhere along the way, you must be like breaking out of church music and going, nah, this my
Yeah, yeah,
shit.
yeah.
I
Because like,
like some
cause
stuff
remember,
here.
I'm in school right now playing. Like, remember, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6. I'm in school playing music. So now they have us playing like their music. They're giving
Mm.
us sheet music, and we're reading it and playing it.
But like, what's
You
your
know?
like favorite kind of music at this time? Let's bring it in that direction because that's what's
At
I
that
think.
time,
Yeah, like what's the beginning of your favorite music? I'm not as you know. That's the most interesting part of your influences. What is like for me? I'll tell you, it was the thong song. I was 12 years old, and it was the thong song. It was the first song I ever heard that I said that's my shit. And maybe it was the subject matter, and maybe it's because Cisco's a monster, but that was my shit for that moment. And after that, I cared about music in like a different way as a fan. Not like,
yeah.
because there's a difference between being a guy who's in music and being like a fan. Do you remember what made you a fan of some shit that wasn't church music?
Wu-Tang.
Love it.
The crossover for me to hip hop
Mm.
was Wu-Tang Triumph in '97. But that's later. That's a later discussion. That's a later
Okay, so you're
discussion.
still up on that church music, and I guess the
Yeah,
school's
I've been
giving you
doing
stuff.
gospel music for a very, very, very long time. And then grade 4, that's when we start to to play music that the school's giving us to play. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still not listening to too much music like on the radio. I hear different songs like yo, what was that? Yo, CJD used to play um music randomly on
I had no idea.
old school, like bro, they used to play like yo,
CJD
what
is
was that?
talk radio for those who don't know, because I know at least Golden
Yeah, on
Jenny
the
is on here.
AM. You have to, you know what I'm saying? It's on the AM. That's how like
I had no
not
idea.
even FM radio. AM. You know? Yeah, man. They used to play random songs, man. Man, all the old like bro, a lot of songs from the '70s, the '60s, like the '80s, like a lot of like classic music. Random times, man. It was pretty dope, man. Man, Yellow Submarine.
That's amazing.
We all live in the Yellow Submarine. Yeah. That's where I got that song from. And that's where I was like starting to hear music and I'm like, this is actually pretty like the way that they're manipulating his music. You know, you just start seeing that and you're like, but that's different from what I'm doing. So that's where it's like
Yo,
That's where I really started to realize that. I'm like,
it would
how do
take.
I get from playing these gospel songs to that?
It's crazy that you pick that track, that era of Beatles, right? Because that's when the engineering goes ape shit, and you're like an engineer, and you pull that where like it isn't necessary. That's what the excellence really is. That's crazy, man. People really do that. Like you'll find the rappers pick like rappers, and like the beat makers are like, yo, this the alchemist or whatever, you know. And then you'll get like, but that's crazy. You're like, yo, the engineer's the fire part.
Bro, the engineer, I realized at a young age, was clutch. In every single situation that happens in music, an engineer is needed.
Love it. It's true though. I mean, whether you do it yourself or you pay somebody, you need an engineer.
There's an engineer.
There's not. It's beautiful that you're saying this,
So
man.
why not do both? Do my
Because
own engineering and then engineer for other people.
yeah,
You
that
know,
makes a lot
so
of sense. But you do have to like it. Like I feel like you have to like it, and not
you
everybody
have to
likes
love
it.
music. It's not to say a specific genre,
What I
bro.
mean is, I love
Music.
music. I do not love engineering. I like working with engineers. So like liking engineering is a measure of patience that I do not have.
Yeah,
You have to be
because
willing to
you listen
sit
to the
there.
same song.
I fucking hate recording, dude. Like the fact that I have to do it for hours sometimes drives me nuts. I can only imagine like when you spend 9 hours on a track, like that's the same sound. Oh, like I'm personally, I'm not really that
Yep.
guy, but I admire all of y'all because yo, I don't think I could be here today if it wasn't for engineers and people like you in this game. And I know a whole bunch of people that deep down inside feel the same way because we can't do shit when it comes to engineering. Don't get me wrong, I can do a bullshit EQ, but it's bullshit, and
Yeah,
you would know it.
you know what you can do. You know what it is, and I sometimes I tell people to do this of it like now is send me a copy of what it is that you want it to sound like, and let me see if I can make it sound better. That's it.
I love
You
it.
know.
But you're like that's your game. That's what you do, and you can also
Yeah.
MC and shit. So you're also multi talented. Were you also into vocals when you were young, or was it mostly a backing
No,
thing? So
no, it was all learning. Actually, you know what? I'm lying. I'm lying.
I
Actually,
love
I
it.
just remembered. I just remembered. We used to also like I was also part of the choir.
Oh, okay,
I was also part of the choir. Like we, but that's later on. Not much at that age, actually. Actually,
okay,
now that you think about it, it's like a little bit later on because like I was a part of the youth choir.
all right.
So
Um,
that's later on.
so let's say you're about 6. You're moving into high school now. You're engineering. You're learning school music, which is probably skewing more classical and shit. Uh,
Yes.
you're so that's interesting
Yeah.
because your background then starts with gospel and classical, which is a
Yeah.
power which you can actually really hear in your music today. Like you can hear it in the beats. Like we even in that spacey shit you released in 2020, which I thought was pretty fucking fire. You can hear that kind of elements of it. It almost has like
A
one of
little
them
bit
almost has a gospel esque sample vocal kind of looped in to add as like your hook. I felt like in that track. So it's crazy to think that in 2020 you can almost tie into what you're doing today these parts of your story.
from the roots.
It's fucking cool. Yo, I just gotta say, shout out Scribble because he followed me earlier today, and whenever a person follows, he got to do a shout out. And
Oh,
Scribble
for
is like
sure.
a fucking real one, man. This guy's got an album coming where he worked with a whole bunch of cool people. So shout out Scribble. Y'all should follow that dude. Um, anyhow, back to Metikulus, the star of our show today. You're in high school. I guess we moved into that. What is going on in your world? Tell us about high
Okay,
school, how
so
things evolve a
grade
bit.
seven, grade seven. We start off across the street from elementary was Lachine High.
Mm.
I went to Lachine High. We did I was in the music program there. I played the trumpet, the trombone, the euphonium,
What the fuck's
and the tuba.
euphonium? What's a
Okay.
euphonium?
Euphonium is basically a smaller tuba.
Okay. How do you spell euphonium?
Oh, bro.
I
E
found it.
U.
No, I got it. I got it. I'm just gonna pull it
Yeah.
over. We're gonna cover your face for a second. Everybody's gonna see it, euphonium, and now we're all gonna know. And now we're done. All right. So you played the euphonium.
I played the euphonium. Yes, sir. Played the trumpet, trombone, euphonium, and the tuba, all in grade 7.
Okay. You a
All in grade
prodigy,
7.
right? That's what I'm hearing
Because I
so far.
realized when it comes to brass, it's all about like how you position your mouth. It's just literally just blow into the mouthpiece, and you have to position your mouth in order to get the higher octaves or the lower octaves. You know.
So the comment section's like, thank you for explaining what the fuck are you for me at euphorium is, because yo, none of us knew what the fuck that was, man. Yo, respect though,
Yeah,
that's
man.
fucking fire. So yo, I like that. It's all got a consistency to it. So it kind of like a language. You find a root grammar of how to pursue the instrument, and you fucking can apply that to multiple sectors of it. That's some knowledge nuggets.
Yeah, yeah. I literally just said, okay, this is how you do it on the trumpet. So let me try the trombone. And the music teacher was like, okay. And so I tried the trombone and did it. Uh, yo, I tried to play the flute too, but I couldn't get no air through that.
Oh,
I
so
couldn't
the
get the
flute's a whole different grammar.
yeah, I couldn't get the air through that one, man. So
I
I
love
said,
it.
okay, cool. Not next. You know.
Yeah, you're already
Um,
trumping me. Just to let y'all know, by comparison, at this age, I can bust the Titanic song on the recorder, and that's the highlight of my musical life.
I remember the recorder too. That was in grade 3.
That was in like grade 4, 5, and 6 for me.
Okay, so you guys went the recorder route.
Yeah, we went the
Hey, man,
recorder route, and they would like make you play everything on that shit, and then but for years. So by grade 6, they would find a few pop tunes here and there. So like we did like this Aerosmith song, we did like the fucking, like I said, the Titanic, but not the complicated, but like D D D D F sharp D. And you know what? It's crazy because if I think about it, I actually learned to read sheet music playing the recorder in
yeah,
elementary school. And I know a lot of
little
people
things like
struggle about
that.
it, but every good boy deserves fudge and face are things I
Yes,
never
and
forgot.
face.
I never forgot either of
Yes,
them. Um,
yes. And then the bass clef was simple.
mm.
A right through.
So I never did that one. I just learned the treble clef, but I always liked the
Okay.
bass clef more because one day I bought a bass and I played bass guitar for a quick minute, but that's it's broken in my like. I still have her, but like she's
Bro, I
broken.
have one in my closet.
That's dope, man. All right, so you all right playing a bunch of brass shit. The wind shit is not your shit. That's what we just
No,
learned here.
actually,
Oh,
I killed the clarinet in grade
okay,
8.
okay. So the flute, so grade 7, you can't handle it. By
Yeah.
the time you go a year in life, you fucking
And I
crushing.
also moved that time because in '97 we moved from Lachine and we got a spot in the West Island, DDO.
Respect. Where DDO?
Basically, behind what's that? Baton Rouge.
Okay, okay. I was on
Yeah,
Hyman and
St.
Sunnybrook
John's.
for a minute.
Okay,
So
okay, okay.
I was over there when I turned 18 over there. I learned real quick
What's
that
that? Bucktown.
that is Bucktown. So
Mm,
I became an adult in Bucktown. That's
yeah.
what
Yo,
it is.
shout out to H Man. Shout out to all the man them. You
I
bat.
know H Man because at the
Okay.
in high school I went by H Man, and then at the time I had
Ah,
switched to H Bomb, and then I found out that
ah.
could be offensive to people, so I shouldn't be H Bomb. So then I moved into my name. But H Man, I remember the first thing I said is I used to be H Man, and I didn't have any politics in back then. Not the smartest
Yeah,
introduction.
yeah, man. He went to my high school. He went
Okay,
to Lindsay Place. That's where I ended up going from Lachine High to Lindsay Place, and they have a real crazy music
that's true,
program.
man. That is big
They have a
facts.
real crazy music program. So my parents got me into there,
Yo,
and
that's a nice
yeah,
school.
donut school, 2 floors, man, big circle.
So, question: if you don't mind aging yourself, when did you finish high school?
I was 17. I didn't fail no school, no classes. I failed. I mean, I didn't
No,
fail
not
no
about
grades.
not aging. I just meant approximate year of when you finished high school. I don't care about.
Oh, when I finished high school,
Yeah.
2001.
Okay. Okay. So you're a little older than
Yeah,
me.
yeah, 2001.
So at this time, are you growing up in the tape era, transitioning to CDs? Do you guys have
Oh, yo,
vinyls?
bro. This point, that's when I start listening to the radio.
Okay.
That's when Don Smooth kicks in. Actually, you know what? It starts with Duke Eatman, the guy before Don Smooth.
This is on K103.
That's on K103.
All right. All right.
This is Duke Eaton. He used to play hip hop
Eaton.
on the he used to play hip hop on the radio. Before Don Smooth got that job.
Mm.
And then Don Smooth killed it. Don Smooth was flawless victory every night, you know?
Y'all, if y'all want to know more about Don Smooth, just make sure you tune in on February 1st because we blessed to have Don Smooth coming through.
Yes. You know I'm going to be watching that, man.
Honestly, that guy's name has come up on almost every interview from a Montrealer. I had no idea who he was because I'm fucking ignorant to this shit. I'm just like in my own corner
You
of the
weren't
world.
around in these times.
No, because people my age knew who he was. I wasn't in tune in these times, so like I guess you could say I wasn't in the scene or involved. But like still, I also made no effort in those days. So like it was kind of like a big like fucking shock to find out. Honestly, because I started rapping in 2012, right? And at that time, I'm one of those arrogant motherfuckers that y'all don't really like. And then I'm talking to my shit and I'm not really learning shit until like much later. And then honestly, it wasn't until 2020 even really when I had my sit down with Preach Cobia. And in 2 hours, he covered 96 to 99 or something like that. It took him 2 hours to get through 3 years of Montreal history. And it just made me go, holy fucking shit. There is a lot I do not know. And that's kind of like been my mission since. So like I'm on this like retroactive.
Northern Lights. Like these guys
So
are.
I know Justice McFly because I happen to work with him in corporate America land. I know him by the government version of his name, and the first thing he said to me is stop rapping. I was like, he's like, you don't know, you can't fuck with the business, and I'm like, it turned out maybe. I was like, that's fair. It wasn't about talent or anything. It was, I don't think you can handle the business side of this. I don't think he was right. We're cool, me and him. But that was the first thing he said to me. However, back then he was fucking right. I was not like, I didn't even know shit about shit.
When did you meet him? When was this?
2016.
Like when did you first?
Whenever he did that video with the 8 mobs in the crates, it was around then. It was around then because I knew him when he wrote that track. I heard a lot about the whole story of that track, etc., etc. So I knew him then. And I worked with him. Yo, let's just give Justice his flowers. That guy did the game for a long time, and then he fucking studied. He told me this for 5 years on the low. He studied the books, and he learned SEO. And then I watched him come into my company, and I watched him own shit. I watched him do what he had to do, and I watched him almost like double his shit and like go on to greener pastures where he gets per diems and fucking travels. And like, yo, that guy is one of my personal heroes. Because I watched him flip corporate America and never sell out. And nobody does that. Everybody sells out, but not Mr.
At some
McFly.
point.
And he's dad of the year and all the things. Like, there's like, yo, he's got no smut on his name. Fucking big respect to Justice McFly.
Legend.
Yeah.
Legend. That's why I had to be like, yo, because I had a big relationship with Double Deuce, you know.
I'm not even sure who Double Deuce is.
He was another dude in the squad.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So like, that was later on when I was like, that's another point. You know, that's later on.
Yeah. Nah, it's just you said Northern Lights. I'm like, yeah, Justice.
Yeah, man. But there's a lot. But Northern Lights was like, that's where I really kicked off with like Montreal rap.
All right. So, but you said you got into hip hop with Wu-Tang, and when you were 17.
Yeah, 97.
And that before that you wouldn't have been paying that much attention. Did you listen to any shit before that outside of the Beatles, or was it like, you know, just kind of still?
Just random little songs that was just on the radio is what I was listening to at that time, and then I was so busy learning music that I didn't really listen to.
Okay, I can kind of feel where you're coming from. Actually, I feel like a lot of people I talk to who really get into their shit kind of block out the rest of the world as they're focused on their shit. It's not actually an uncommon thing. All right, so you in '97, I guess you're a teenager now. You're in high school. Fucking Wu-Tang comes out with
that's where Don Smooth. Because I'm listening to this on the radio. All of this on the radio with Don Smooth. Matter of fact, back then, I watched the interview with Merker, and it made me think back in the days. I used to record music off of the radio to make my mixtapes for the school bus the next day.
Yo, literally
Yeah, because I
when I'm
used to.
talking to the New York guys, they're like, I used to sit up there and listen to Stretch and Bobbito and do exactly the same fucking thing. And now you're
Yeah, man.
basically like Don Smooth's that guy.
Yo, bro. Like, so I would sit down on the radio. Actually, I remember this because we had already moved to the West Island,
Okay.
and I'm in my room, and this is when I'm starting to listen to secular music. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like,
Yeah, I
yo,
do.
there's music out there. Like, yo,
They said
this music is
fuck.
fire. You know? So I got my little headphones. I got a stand up bureau. So I have a little radio on there. I'm adjusting my little headphone, the stand that pops up on the radio, the metal wire, the metal
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm adjusting so I don't get no static. I'm like, all right, cool. And I got my headphones on so that way nobody else is really listening to the music that I'm about to listen to because I'm about to be the devil at home, according to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yes.
listening to the music in my headphones, and I'm like, oh, record, boom. And I'm listening, so record tracks as Don was playing tracks, and as I think that he's about to stop the song and start talking, I press stop.
Okay.
And so now I got this track, and I'm literally making tapes for the bus. So that way, when I get on the bus, I end up becoming cool with the bus driver to the point where he's now like, I'm like, yo, can you do me a favor, actually? Yo, can you put this on? And so he starts now realizing the flex, and the bus appreciates the fact that now we got the music when we on the way to school, and it's all clean music because it's from the radio. So
And this is
we
not
get
an
to
era where
school.
they're saying fuck on the radio. Because I'm pretty sure they can swear on K103 now, can't they?
I don't remember. No, but they couldn't back then though.
Mm.
It was still clean music.
Fair enough. That's a
It was still
hack,
clean
eh?
music.
That's a
Yeah,
hack for the
it
kids.
was.
Go
It was
steal this
still.
from radio.
You know. So that's what I used to do, right? Like it got to a point, like, oh man, like I remember I went to, man, what's that boy, Chris Ray? Yo, shout out to Chris Ray, man. This guy, I remember he would even tell other people, yo, you're not playing your music. He's playing music. You know, like.
So,
So I got to be
alrighty,
the music man for a
you're
very long time.
so you're a curator off the jump too, because that's a
Yeah,
curator at that point.
basically, I was, and then it got to the point where I was like, okay, let me record all the songs, and then I was like, yo, let me get another tape, and let me put the best song first. So then I was like, one tape was just to record off of the radio, and the other tape was the one for the bus.
All right, so you
Yeah,
started blending together the perfect mix based off of the hip hop bangers of the late end of the golden era.
yeah, yeah, and that's what we would drive to school with.
Y'all probably too young for that, eh?
We would ride to school, bang, like we would tell the bus driver, yo, when we get close to the school, man, turn that up. So we would get to the school, and our bus is like blaring music. Like all the rest of the kids at school were like, what the, you know? Parents are like, but we just, man, we had fun, man. We had a lot of fun.
I'm glad, man. All
Yeah,
right.
you brought back a lot of memories right now.
That's the goal, yo. This is how we like actually dig out the crates, yo. Cause Duke Eaton, now I got a better name to even go back further on, right? So we dug through this, and you helped dig through the
Yeah,
crates of history so that we can find some other shit, you know. It's dope though, cause this is your story. At the end of the
yeah,
day, these are all things that are the meticulous story, and we're
yeah, yeah.
meticulously flowing through the details of those
Yo,
stories.
family, thank you for having me on here.
My pleasure, dude. You're a great guy. I've
Thank,
seen you for the
thank
years
you.
putting into work. You're a guy I'm aware of. In general, you've been dope. You've been like very friendly towards what we're doing, but like mostly you're just a fun dude to talk to. You're always smiling. You're always being in this
Step, man.
positive for us. I ain't seen you. I mean, you're like all the other bosses. When you decide to make a rebuke the scene post, it's very fucking clear. But otherwise, you're fucking pleasant, you know? And I noticed that with all the other people trying to boss up. Like sometimes you have a vibe, and then most of the time it's like boss this, but and then like, yo, who wants to do this crazy new idea that I thought of last week and I'm gonna collect people for? Who wants to do
Yeah.
this next cool, crazy idea I just thought of? And I'm like, fuck is this guy? He just keeps fucking coming up with it. Like, so if you're gonna do the long ass interview game and you're gonna cherry pick people, those are the guys to like go for. The ones who are like constantly coming up with new ideas, because they're the ones who are gonna be tangents for days.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for noticing, man. That's
Man,
basically what it is at the end, man. I realized when I came back, I realized just put in the work, people will see. And
I realized that too, but like only after years of putting in the work that people were like telling me they noticed, because nobody tells you at first. They tell you like down the line.
because they need to see the consistency.
Facts. That's the biggest knowledge nugget to this fucking moment. Is consistency is key.
They need to see the consistency. They need to see that you're consistent. This is what you do. This is what you say you're gonna do. Okay, let me sit back and watch this. Because
the other side of it is, how many times do people have ideas and 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 ideas? Okay, you guys get it.
And then they sit down and don't do nothing.
That's what it is. And I mean, project management's a fucking art, right? Like, it's a fucking whole thing. And it's a whole thing that you got to learn about if you really want to take, like, yo, let's be real. If you're a rapper, an album is a project. And if you manage your project with project management strategy, then you will effectively release your album. It might not go according to plan, but that's part of project management.
It never goes according to plan.
Not one time.
It never goes according to plan. I don't care who you are. Like, there's always a little baby hiccup somewhere.
That's true. But the fact is people want to see how you roll with that shit. And I like that, because that's where consistency comes in.
Exactly.
I don't know. A lot of people don't like how hard it can be sometimes to capture the attention of people. But there's also a lot of people trying to capture that attention. So I totally appreciate the fucking consistency thing. To me, that's like a big thing too. Like, let's be real. About a year and a bit ago, you hit me up and we're like, I got beats. One time you told me you wanted beats. And I guess you wrote that shit down or something. And then you hit me up when you were ready. I got beats now. And I'm like, I just spent money on beats. I don't have money now. And it was like, your timing was not great. But I caught note of that, because I was like, yo, who the fuck, like, takes note of, you know who else did? Urban Logics was like that one time. Urban Logics hit me up like 18 months later on some shit.
Shout out to Urban Logics.
Yeah, or Don Lennon now.
Shout out to Urban Logics. Matter of fact, the whole Royal Peasants squad.
Yeah.
We gonna get there. We gonna get there.
I know.
We gonna get there.
All right, so let's go back to your 17 or 15 high school, Wu-Tang, rap music.
Okay.
What's going on there?
Okay, so I have two paths. One is the school path, and one is what's happening still at church. Because by this time now,
do both paths. Then you can pick which one you want to do first.
Yeah, we'll finish through we'll do the high school right through.
All right.
We'll do the high school right through. So grade, so I get to Lindsay Place High School. That's in Point Claire, and that's in I'm there in '98. And the music program is serious. You have to end up selling. They have a big production that they do at the end of the year, and so we had to end up selling a bunch of orange that was from Florida to help raise money for this production. So I would take these big boxes. I would take these forms to my church and flip oranges like crazy. I remember flipping oranges, like, just flip them. You know, my dad was on it with me, so he was like, he just knew everybody at the church, and he was just like, hey, it's orange time. And that form was full. So,
yo, I even remember bringing chocolates to church once. I've done that grind,
bro. I've done the grind, bro. That was my like, yo, I'm gonna bring this form to the church, and then I'm gonna bring them a bunch of oranges. They're good. Boom. So every year, up until about grade 10, because that's when I'm like, I'm tired of playing this type of music, not because by that time I started doing my own thing. But um, yeah, man. By about grade 9, that's when I started getting like, I guess you could say like influenced by other people, and
Okay.
I start like, it's not to say a little. This was back when man, I don't know if you remember this, man. All the teachers went on a strike one year, so there was
Yes.
no.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I was still in school, elementary,
Yeah.
but yeah, I remember.
Yes. Okay. This time, all the teachers went on strike, so we had no sports. Basketball was done. Football was done. I'm like, bruh. So me and the mans, we start, and this was when
It was 2000.
this was this is when Fight Club was popping. That was when Fight Club happened. So we started our own little Fight Club.
What?
No, man. We started our own little Fight Club, man. I went to high school with like all of the mans from like Black Mob. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I don't know what you're saying. This is
this is like a whole other squad of dudes from like the West.
Okay.
This is like another music group at the time. Well, they weren't even really doing music at the time. They were just boys they were all from Bucktown.
Okay.
And so, yeah, man. So we ended up doing a whole Fight Club, and it's no UK. So you're only allowed to give a person like if you're punching a man, you're only allowed to punch him where your t-shirt is covering. You're not allowed no headshots, no neck shots, no arm shots, no.
Like, nothing.
You basically have to
bait.
make them tap out. Yeah, no bait shit. You know what I'm saying? No bait shit. Don't bait out the scene. This is the only thing we have happening. They didn't even let us play sports. Like, our school was a big circle. So our lunch periods was just walk around the circle. Are you dumb? So we went downstairs and we started a Fight Club. We had one dude sitting over by the staircase waiting for if there's a teacher, he makes a sound, and we all just end up just stopping, doing exactly what we're doing, and we just circle around. It was still big because the teacher's looking at us like, what are you guys doing? Nothing. 20 guys. Like, it was still kind of big, so.
I mean, listen, this is why I love this show. No one was expecting that. No one was expecting that.
Nah, man. It's serious, man. I remember that shit. Like it was yesterday. We had one teacher at the school, Mr. Bertrand. Yo, this man was the man. Yo. Instead of like ratting you out with situations, he would just call you over and have a little personal conversation with you.
Hold up, fuck up. Chemo also had a Fight Club. He used to call it 2 minutes you fight for 2 minutes, but us is no rules for 2 minutes. I'm
Chemo?
like, yeah, my guy Chemo, the key to more greatness.
Oh, true.
This is not Chemo Soul, but a different.
I was thinking
Chemo. That's why I was saying, because Chemo, my Chemo's boy was like Chemo, but he spelled it Kimo. I'm like, wait, which Chemo? Because there's more than one Chemo
okay.
now.
Okay,
so your guy Chemo Soul, not that one, a different Chemo. Anyhow. There's a lot of rappers in this city, dude. A lot of rappers in this city.
I know. We're going to get there, too.
All right. So Fight Club happens unexpectedly.
Yeah, we had Fight Club happen, and then everybody had nicknames. Yo, tell me how. And it was all... Okay, so... all the nicknames had to do with, like, who you are, and it had to do with, like...
For the record, we are not inciting violence. No one is encouraging a fucking Fight Club if anyone's watching this.
Man, they all locked at home right now. What you mean? Oh, actually, no, they're not. They're back at school.
We're not inciting violence on my show, for the record. You're just remembering.
We're reminiscing right now, man.
Reminiscing.
This is memory stories. This is a once upon a time event.
Definitely don't do this at home, kids.
Why would there be any kids right here right now, man?
Yo, sometimes these parents watch this shit like while they're doing homework with their kids and shit, and the kids tune it out because it's adult boring crap. But technically, like from what I've been told, kids have been present while we're doing our show.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. I'm okay
Oh,
with that. Yo,
okay.
listen, if people
Cool.
feel like I'm somehow child-friendly fucking shit, that's what it is. But I'm not a parrot. I don't know fuck all about that world.
I'm done.
Nah, we still got a lot of story left. We're still in high school.
I know, far from done, buddy. Far from done. So yeah, we had nicknames within the squad, and they all had to do with like it was like an artist and like running away or dipping quick. Like my nickname was Notorious B.I.C. Everyone had some sort of crazy ass nickname. That was mine. And until one day, a letter goes home to my mom talking about the squad. I was like, oh, somebody's snitching out here for real. Like what we were doing, all the different times we did. Yo, somebody got bite, and I have no idea who it was to this day, but I just remember getting a letter. And so I remember going home one day, and my mom asked how the day's going. I'm like, oh, the day was good. Yeah, that was good. And yeah, okay, well, hey, I got something in the mail. I was like, oh yeah? What's that? Pulls out a letter. Here, read this.
Those
I'm
brings
like,
me back to some scary fucking times.
So I'm reading this letter, and I'm like, as I'm reading this letter, my heart's just it's just dropping floor to floor to floor. Like, I'm like, damn. I didn't, got in a bit of trouble, just got the smoke. I wasn't catching at this time. We weren't getting beat no more, so it was cool, So but yo, like those things is what helped raise us to who we are now. So like, I don't knock it. Like, especially now looking back at it, it's like it is what it is. Like, it is what it is.
It's a different world that we live in today with a lot more cameras.
We're in a world right now where it's like, yo, I can make a phone call.
Basically did some World Star hip hop shit as a teenager. Like, we make fun of that shit sometimes when we see it. That was you.
You got me going through memory. Oh, yo.
So I don't know what else happened in high school.
Was the fight that ended Fight Club. That letter just tilted.
How long did Fight Club last for?
Yo, that must have lasted for like at least 2 months. At least 2 months. We had it running real nice. It was like, yo, eat lunch quick. Yo, eat lunch at recess. That's what that was. Eat lunch at recess and Fight Club at lunch.
All right.
Use the whole thing. I remember this one dude. Not say no names, but shout out to Mandem. But I remember this one dude. They had me fighting this guy, and he was a really tall dude, and I was a really wide dude. So he had long arms. He had some really long arms. Think about like Slender Man, like he had arms. So, they had me fight this dude, but this was like he ate lunch. I don't know what happened at recess, but he didn't eat at recess, so he ate at lunch. Yo, this was like back when wrestling was a big thing. So I remember giving this dude,
Shout out Michelle7 for the follow. Sorry, back to you.
No, go ahead. It's like a little commercial.
No,
okay.
I just have to say the shout outs when they follow, because that's the rules on Twitch.
True. So boom. This was back when wrestling was big, bro.
Yeah.
This was back when wrestling was big, and I used to be a big fan of like, just simple things like, remember the knife edge chop?
Yes.
The backhand to the chest?
Yeah.
I did that to this dude. Yeah. I did the backhand to this dude. I did the backhand once, and he was like, and then we continued. Then I don't know what happened, but I remember he was up against the wall, and I pinned him against the wall, and I just had my hand go against his chest. Yo, my man choked up lunch.
Fair enough. All right, so Fight Club happened.
That was a nice memory, man.
What happened after Fight Club?
That was a nice memory, man. Well, after Fight Club, I remember switching out of music. That was like grade 9. So grade 10 and grade 11, that's when I started to really fuck around with school. You know, because I was just like, I was like, yo, I ain't gonna use none of this shit. I'm gonna do music. I already know from this time. So about 15, 16, I'm gonna do music. Because when I go back to that age, but I was doing in church, you're gonna see how it starts to switch.
Mm. Right.
That's why I went this route first. So I was like, you know what? So grade 10, you know, that's when I started grade 10. I was in like auto mechanics. I switched out of music entirely. My parents were like, no! I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm tired of this type of music. Honestly, I'm tired of all this classical. Like, it's not interesting to me anymore. Like,
right.
Now I know what I'm going to do. So I did auto mechanics. That's where we kicked in with Mr. Bertrand. He was a dope teacher, man. He was so cool, so laid back, so like, yo, I swear up to this day, this motherfucker smoked weed, man. Like at school or some shit, man. Like, cause this guy was too cool for school, literally. But he worked at a school. So it was just, whoa, you know? So he was cool. I had him in grade 10 and grade 11 because he was just so dope. I just stayed in that class. And that turned into a class where I just fucked around in, and I always was going to pass because I just had to show up, you know? So, I don't know. I just started to, no. It wasn't that. That was grade 11. Grade 10 was woodworking. Grade 10 was woodworking. I remember making this little gumball machine. That's what we had to do throughout the year, was to make a gumball machine. And mine worked out really good, man. We weren't always the richest, so just getting all of the things that we needed at the time wasn't always the easiest thing to do, so whatever. But it worked, so that was all that mattered.
You're bringing other people back, too. Like, your lady friend Bonnie made a gumball machine also. Personally, I went to Wager. When Wager was selling everything. There was no wood. Well, there was a woodworking when I was in grade 8, but by the time like I got to grade 10, there was no woodworking anymore.
Yeah, they started losing all types of programs and classes.
It was
funding.
But at the same time, my brother went to Lindsay Place for most of his high school, so I actually have a great appreciation for how fucking powerful the programs in this school were, because the bill difference between Wager and Lindsay Place was astronomically different.
Yeah.
My mom had to not choose courses sometimes for my brother because we couldn't necessarily afford all of the electives at Lindsay Place.
Yeah. It was all serious, man. It was all serious. I remember that. I'm never going to forget that, man. Like, shout out to my moms for that, man, because that helped me on my path to where I am now, you know?
No, it's a cool school. Well, I don't know where it's at now, but it was a good school.
Right now? Oh, my God. Bro, I just recorded an artist who got nominated to be, what was it? Yo, this shit was on global news. Like, he got nominated to be a criminal in his future. They ended up fucking suing and all of this shit, bro. And they won.
That's fucked up, actually.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that case, actually.
I record that kid. And so I remember when I found that case, I said, yo, fam, I was scrolling on Facebook. I said, yo, called him right. Yo, is this you? And he goes, yeah, fam. I was like, no. Yeah.
That's some fucked up shit.
So that was back then. It was a dope school, though, you know? Real expensive.
Yeah, definitely.
So back in church, this is the leg that made my life entirely switch. So boom, kick off with youth. I start doing I'm doing sound. I'm doing I was doing sound engineering at this time, and I start learning from the youth sound engineer.
Right.
So now this is a whole other style of sound engineering that's more modern. So I started learning from this dude. His name's Andrew. Shout out to Andrew Barber. This guy showed me a lot of different things, and he's the one who put me on to like most of the things. And he would literally just supervise whenever something was going on, and he would let me do it because he knew that I was capable of doing. And if I wasn't able to do a specific thing, he's there to just make and then he's back to chilling, and I'm back to working. It literally was. You see how construction workers have a one guy working or two guys working, and then they have like three guys just watching them work. That's basically what it was like. But I'm not complaining because that's what had me learn the way that I am now.
But you know what's crazy? You know? So I was talking to a guy who literally built Daddy's house, fucking Bad Boy Studios in the 90s. Like when I said literally built, I saying he said he literally physically built this place. And he was describing his early years there. And it was exactly that. It was a couple of guys who pushed the buttons and a lot of people who watched you push the buttons who did some chores here and there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all, wow, you know?
It's crazy to think that, like, that studio and your church are kind of the same vibe.
Like, yo, you guys send envelopes back and forth to each other? So, yeah, man. So by this time, our church actually, so there was a St. Hubert's restaurant on St. Catherine Street that had closed down. And our church decided to buy this building. So they raised the money and they bought the building. That building turned into where all of the pastors' offices were. And it was where like big functions happened. So like the youth, for example, would gather there.
Right.
So I then became the main sound guy for the building. Like, it was still Andrew, but like, he basically was like, okay, well, I'll let you know when to come, and there's events like almost every day of the week, like type thing. So I was down there learning sound like a lot of my time.
We're talking like live sound though, right?
Yeah, live events, live, like here's a mic, they pick up the mic, and then by the time the mic hits their mouth, the mic has to be on, ready, on, boom. You know, like, but you don't want the mic on by the time they touch the mic.
All right, talk about this a little more. Actually, tell us a bit about this. Yo, you're the first live engineer I've talked to on this channel. Break us down what it's actually like to be there, because that shit hasn't changed much to this day.
No, it hasn't. Not at all. It's still the exact same. It's still the exact same. Basically, it depends. Like, if it's a situation where you have to set up the equipment versus a situation where the equipment is stationary and you just have to get to the sound. You also have to end up arming amplifiers and things of this nature, like turn on the system. Like, you have to turn on the system in a way where it doesn't pop, because it could pop. If you got to turn on the system, then you got to turn on the speakers after. You know, it's the same way how it is in the studio right now. Like, or else most of the time, you turn on the console, you hear a big through the speakers.
I didn't even know that. Oh, I guess because the power's coming in, so there's like a surge of power that runs through.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm talking about more analog gear now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All the digital gear is all through the computer. It's all easy peasy. You know what I'm saying? You turn on the computer, your preamp turns on at the same time. USB, you know? Back then, it was not that. It was to the wall, everything.
This is big.
Yeah. It was, bro, back in the day, like before all of this, like I forgot, like back when I was a kid, I started to learn how sound worked because my parents had old school equipment.
Okay.
Remember we were talking about the speakers in the back where you had to cut the wires out and strip a little bit of the extra plastic on the tip to make the wires show, so you could put the wires into the speaker, and they had a little button that you plug in. And yeah, I remember all of that. And then my dad had like amplifiers and different things of this nature that we always had to switch.
Let's pretend that people don't know what the shits are. What's an amplifier?
An amplifier is what you connect a sound system, which basically is, so back in the days, well, you know, we had a record player, we had a cassette player, and we had a radio receiver, which was a big box that had a big dial across and a big knob where you could turn the dial and it would then pick up different
Oh my
radio
gosh.
signals.
And some of them, I'm not gonna lie, were really pleasing to turn
Yeah.
because they just had this
Yes.
like beautiful
Oh.
fucking synchronization, and you could just spin
Yo.
them and shit, and it was just so
Sometimes
good.
you could just run it with one finger and it would just.
Yeah, my dad was into that shit.
Yeah, man. Yo, I remember trying to do that sometimes, and then they'd be like, "No, you're gonna break it. Don't do that." Like, so it's like, but I do know the experience, man.
All right, so that
So
in a sense is basically like you have the shit that gets the music. So you said tape
yes, that was the radio
players.
receiver to listen to the radio, so you could pick up whatever signals, and then that would connect to this amplifier, which would some amplifiers had an equalizer on it, which was a bunch of little so there were a bunch of little knobs. Like some of them would have like 24 little knobs, and on it would have each different frequency that it would manipulate. And so sometimes you want to, okay, if you're listening to music and you want to listen to more bass, you then go to the left side of the whole, all of the where all the knobs are. You go to the left side, which is the bass side, and the lower frequencies, and you just raise those up. Now, we were never allowed to play with that. Are you crazy? I would blow the speaker sometimes. Like they can, it's so crazy because we used to listen to CJD so much that like they can hear if you manipulate it with the amplifier. They can hear that. Like the voice, the bass. There's a bit more bass in that man's voice. They could hear that. So it was crazy. It was crazy. But that's where I got it all. Like that's where I started. That's where I basically started all this stuff.
Right,
So when
so
it
you
got
have
to
the
like,
amplifier, right? No, I want to walk through this setup, right? Because I'm picturing
oh, okay,
these are those
Let's go
gray
through the whole
fucking.
setup.
So yeah, because I'm picturing it like they're all gray in my head, and they're like vertical,
Yes,
like flat
yes,
little fucking VCR looking
yes,
motherfuckers. And then I
yes.
know my
Basically,
dad had one that had a tape side on it and a radio side, and then that plugged into the amp, and then
we had another little tape that would connect as well, separate, and we weren't allowed to use the tape player that was on that receiver because, well, that keep it running for as long as possible without having to fix it.
right.
So we had another external tape player that connected, and there was different, and you always had multiple connectors in the back for you to be able to plug different things and switch where the source is coming from.
All right. Okay, I'm
So
picturing this.
that was like that's like a home mixer.
So question: where do the speakers connect to?
Speakers connect directly to the amplifier. The amplifier would have those same slots where you would strip the end and cut off a piece of the wire. They had the same slots that you put them in.
And then
And so that's where the
theoretically,
speakers would connect.
what would you plug your mics directly into the amp, or would mics require additional gear to plug into?
At this time, mics were not even a thing for home systems.
Okay.
Not even.
But let's say in a live environment, it's kind of like the same core concept, but with better live
Exactly.
gear. So
Exactly. That's why it was easy for me to understand it.
So then, where do the mics plug into in a live environment? Is there like
In a
additional?
live environment, microphones connect directly to. So you would have the control board, which would be, you have control boards that are small, 4 channels. Control boards that go as far as 24 physical channels, but each channel splits into 2, so you technically have 48 channels.
So would you say a
that's
control board is like a live amp?
No, a control board is just where you would control the sound. That soundboard would still connect to an amp.
All right, so the control board is an additional component that is added for the live environment. And do the mics plug into that?
It would be the equivalency of the radio receiver.
Okay. So where do the mics
The
plug?
radio receiver is the basic, because you still had extra inputs that you could connect, like the record player, the tape player, things of that sort.
So the mics, they plug into the control board?
Yeah, they plug in directly to the control board. When I was at church, they had snakes that was called snakes that would run from the stage. They would wrap all the cords together and then run through the walls to the soundboard, and all the cables would be there.
So, in a sense, having a Focusrite today is a pretty spoiled piece of equipment.
bro, these kids have no idea.
Cause I gotta focus right, and I'm picturing what you're saying, and I'm like, yo, they managed to condense most of that shit into like one little
A
box.
little box
That's nuts.
with a bunch of little knobs.
Yeah, and a lot of little holes of different varieties covering you from any kind of port you could possibly fucking want.
You understand? Like it was
For
I
$600.
learned it on all of that analog gear. That's how I learned all of this stuff that I now have here, and I just
Yo,
apply it to everything.
I totally appreciate that, and I want to keep going, but I'm not gonna lie. I gotta use the washroom. I gotta go take a little pee break. Awesome. Welcome back to everyone. I'm hoping y'all are still with us. I see there's a whole bunch of people still with us, so I always feel like grateful when that happens. It's dope.
That's good, man.
But we haven't even gotten to the juicy parts of the story, y'all. We've managed to go this long, and we're still in like the beginning, which is still insightful as fuck, man. Your like entire life is kind of like prodigy level interesting, because yo, who the fuck by the time they're 17 has over 10 years experience doing anything? You know what I'm saying? Like
one specific thing that is, there's not a lot, and that's the biggest thing. That was the most intriguing thing for me, because most people I know at that time were like, "Oh, I'm gonna start this," and then they're done. Or they're gonna start this, and then they're done. I started a lot of other things too. I played football. I did a lot of things, you know. But I just decided, you know what? Focused on music all the time.
Mm.
You know?
All right, so at church, you're learning all about how to do the live events. You're basically doing all the sound downtown at the building, the administrative building that's kind of running everything that's happening.
The extras. Yeah.
And that has taught you that there's no real point in going to school, because you got education that's a viable commercial thing off the jump. And that's where I understand your story to be at. I have a question though. At what point do you start rhyming? Does this happen yet? Do you start rhyming at any point here?
Yeah, we're going there like literally right now.
Awesome.
Right now, because that's around the time. So boom, grade 8. That's when I started to listen to the radio, right, with Don Smooth and things. So grade 8 happens, and I'm like, so I end up seeing a few of my friends at church, and I'm like, yo, let's start doing some music. Because remember, I'm now starting to hear like hip hop music on the radio. So I'm like, yo, we could do this ourselves, man. Yo, let's start doing music. And so at the time too, there was also another group in our church who sort of got together and did they did a boy band basically back when boy bands was a thing.
Hey.
So they did a boy band, and so they had one dude who initially started off as a piano player, and then the drummer started learning how to play piano. He became sick on the piano. Shout out to Dwight for that one. You know? But and yeah, they just started to do their thing. And so I'm now listening to different music everywhere. Like on the radio, just different artists. I'm hearing like Bun B and Pimp C. I'm hearing 8 Ball and MJG. I'm loving the South. I'm like, wait, what is going on? You know, because I grew up hearing a lot of the East Coast. I was hearing a lot of back then would be like Big Pun. I'm hearing a lot of all of Wu-Tang. That was my biggest thing. The reason why I keep mentioning Wu-Tang is because there was such a big army. All run by the RZA. So I said to myself from a young age, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get an army. I'm gonna get an army. One day I'm gonna get an army. And this was back when Wu-Tang Triumph came out. So you remember the music video with all the killer bees in the video. The video was so the video to Wu-Tang Triumph was so crazy. They must have spent millions making that.
They spent just under $1 million, and their claim of $1 million turned out to be a little not true, but it's very close to $1 million on that.
The effects in that video were insane.
Yeah, I mean, like insane because here's the thing: I saw that video because going back, like I saw a YouTube video where it's like, straight up that time. Wu-Tang Clan spent $1 million on a video, and then I watched the video in like 2019, and it is one of those.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
No, you're late, bro.
Yeah. So seeing it like now, it's like whoa.
You did what?
And
Yo,
I'm
there's
like,
so much other things I could have done with that.
and it's like you're watching it and you're like, that's the craziest video ever. And it's so good, and it's like one of those things that would be like a cult classic now for how
It
ridiculous it
is.
is. But it's still, for like 97 or whatever, next level. And then you got Puff
Yep.
Daddy coming through
It
with
was
his one.
it was advanced for its time. It
Mm.
was so advanced for its time. And so that's what made me say to myself, you know what? I need to run an army. And so we gathered we gather a little we end up making a little group. Myself, Andre, Jeffrey, and yeah. Yeah, so okay, so three guys was a group named Magi. And that was basically like the three wise men in the Bible. So that was one group. And then I ended up making a whole army. I ended up building an army. So this is about maybe 16. I start thinking about this. Okay, so before this, about 14, when I'm still like running things at the church in the other building now. That's where I heard about Fruity Loops. That's where I start hearing about like making the music to what I was talking about on the radio before. So that's where I was like, okay. So now I start like understanding digital music. And this was when YouTube wasn't even a thing like back then.
Not
so you
at
had to
all.
literally figure it out yourself.
Right.
YouTube wasn't a thing back then. I'm older than Google, bro. Like, it's crazy. All of these things, they all came out later. So that's why, like, you sit down and you're like, okay, Fruity Loops looks so confusing, but I need to figure it out. So what happened is every day after school, I didn't care about nothing. I would go sit in that chair if I could. I didn't have it at home. I had it at church. Because at church, I had a series computer. I didn't have a series computer like that. At home, we still had an old school computer that was like barely struggling to open like Word 97. You know? So it was actually pretty crazy, man, back then. I remember that. But so that was basically it. So I had learned Fruity Loops back then. And so that's where I started to learn how to make beats. But at the same time, too, MySpace was popping. MySpace was popping, but so was SoundClick.
Okay. So you were on SoundClick from the jump.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we started. I wasn't necessarily like making beats like that at the time because there was still some dope beats on SoundClick. So our group ended up starting to rap like on these beats. We would get beats and we would do songs, and we would find different beats in different places. Man, back when you would Shazam and Kazaa and all of these freaking crazy software programs to get free shit. Yo, dog, remember those softwares would give your computer AIDS?
Yep. Absolutely. Yo, there was some vile shit. When I think back on it, when I think of some of the stuff I found using those programs, there was some vile shit, like stuff you wouldn't really want to mention. But like on top of that, like you definitely had problems with your computer if you downloaded videos and things like that, programs. But you could, in theory, find everything. It was a Wild West.
Anything that your mind can think of was there.
Yeah.
Anything. You're like, oh yeah, I want to watch this movie. You go find it. You know?
Absolutely.
So that's where we started now going to find instrumentals. We start going to go get beats, finding things different. Like, oh, this sounds good. And at this time, I'm like, okay, so we need to learn how to record it. And I'm like, yo. So I end up going to Archambault.
Okay. That's the one by Barry, right?
Or is it a franchise? But it wasn't there at the time.
Okay.
It wasn't there at the time. But I go to Archambault, and I tell the salesperson, I'm like, yeah, what's going on? I want to record. I want to, I have a little computer at home. It's decent, and I want to record. So they sell me okay, so this is where Cubase. I started off on Cubase when I was like 15 years old. I still use that to this day.
Okay.
That's my software. Everyone has their own software that they choose that they love. I fell in love with Cubase. I started using other softwares. I loved Cool Edit Pro before they got bought out by Adobe.
Yo, question
Like
for the
there was
people watching: what's your software?
the software that I
No, I'm
use to
asking the
record.
audience what their software is of choice.
Oh,
See
yeah,
if anyone has any answers there. No, but that's cool.
yeah,
Cubase is dope. Anybody I know that ever used Cubase has good things to say about it, so I'm going to assume it's a viable contender.
bro, it's amazing for me, bro. I've been using it now like religiously for the past 5 years. You
Fresh.
know, like daily for the past 5 years. It's pretty crazy.
But like Cubase
Yeah,
is
man.
what they
So
recommended back at Archambault.
yeah, I go to Archambault and they end up selling me like it's not even Cubase because it was expensive. That was really like, bro. It was like I remember back then to buy Cubase, um, it was like 300. It was 400 bucks at the time. I'm like a
Those
little
days.
13, 14-year-old kid. I'm like $400. Well, do you have something cheaper or something close to it? So they sell me Cubases for like $100. So it's basically a light version of Cubase. And so I use this program at my house. And one day I call all the guys to my house and I'm like, yo, remember that song that we wrote on Sunday when we stayed after church because we had church service in the morning and we had church service in the night. And in between the two services, we just stayed there and we just worked on music. So we're going on our path to writing music together. And now I have the program at my house to record music. So I say, come, let's go. So we go to record a track and we record a track in my mom's house.
I like it. I like that.
So we use my mom's bathroom in the basement. And the computer was on the other end of the whole of the basement. And yo, we're trying to think. I'm like, yo, it's got a sound in there that I wasn't understanding yet the whole concept of recording music versus live music. Big difference.
Big difference indeed, everyone.
Huge difference.
Recording in the bathroom is a live sound, if I'm not mistaken.
Bro, it is no, because we're recording that sound.
Right, that's what I mean. Like I go into the bathroom for a more
The
live.
reverbs and all.
Yeah.
Bro, it was insane. And I was a kid trying to figure out how to eliminate that. But I mean, we still, and how we figured out how to do that was to open the door a little bit.
Okay.
That's how we figured out how to do that.
Okay.
We were like, yo, if we open the door just a little bit, sound's gonna go a little bit out, and you're gonna have less of a reverb. So everybody, shut up.
Classic.
That was the
Everybody
beginning.
shut up.
That was the beginning of me learning how the whole recording process even works.
Right.
And so from there, I'm taking this man. So I'm like 14, 15 at this time because I was 13, 14 when I started to play on Fruity Loops. And so I start, I'm doing my thing, recording here and there. We're doing our thing. We're gathering tracks from Shazam. We're gathering tracks from Kazaa. And then our boy Andre starts making beats too. So we now is just like we're now two beat makers. And I at this point I break off of rapping because at this point I'm like rapping, recording. I'm doing everything. I'm doing everything, man. At this point, I remember going to a garage sale and buying 2 record players.
Okay.
You know, like
So now you're the DJ as well.
Yeah, I started learning how to DJ too. I started literally learning how to. I literally at that point was just like, okay, I got a finger in this, I got a finger in that, I got a whole hand in this one. I'm like, I got a toe over here. I'm learning everything. And the whole time that we're recording, I'm basically like also getting us gigs at different churches to go perform.
Do you remember any bars from back then that you had?
No.
Fair enough. I just
No.
like asking
No.
that.
I don't remember the bars then. Straight up and down. Nah, man.
Fair enough,
Damn.
man.
Oh, man, I'm just remembering that we did a lot of different shows and different things. So at about so because of the fact that I was out and about different places, meeting different people, doing different. I was meeting a lot of different people at different churches.
So you played
And
the church
so,
circuit.
bro, I ended up not only playing the church circuit, I ended up gathering all types of musicians from every different church. And then I start putting on shows.
Okay.
I start putting on shows at the same lighthouse that I'm already running sound.
Okay. That's big.
You know, like I remember the first one that we did, bro, the fire limit was 279 people. Both times that we did a show there, we ended up like charging people outside and bringing the speakers out.
That's big, man.
Sorry, I'm remembering all of this.
And this is a youth event that is probably like parent friendly.
Yeah, it's all gospel musicians.
Bruh, that's crazy. Like I can just
It's
picture
all gospel musicians. That's literally what I did. I remember different people coming. I remember going down to there was a church in NBG, Church of God of Prophecy. I remember going down there grabbing a couple of people. I remember going to Bible Wave, grabbing a couple of people from there. I remember going all these different places, just literally grabbing different people. And yo, you do music? Yeah? Let me hear something. Dope. Come on. I got a show for you. You know, like that was literally it. You know? Then I ended up building relationships with all these different people in all these different places. And then we just keep going. You know, did 2 shows and then I don't know, something happened at church. Somebody had said something and then I wasn't allowed to do shows there no more. So I left.
Fair enough.
That's where the switch happened. Because I'm like, yo, you guys are not trying to stop me from doing music. I'll stop y'all. I'm out. And I kept doing music. From that point, I just so that was like grade 10. And then I stopped focusing. That's when I started focusing on like making beats. Like that's when like all the other kids were out and about, like getting themselves in trouble and shit. I'm at home on Fruity Loops, learning how to make beats. And by about like this is about like 18. This is after like I remember after high school, I didn't get my diploma, so I ended up going to Adult Ed for like 2002, 2003. I was at Cartier. I ended up meeting a lot of different people there. And throughout all the years, people started to realize that, yo, that dude, he's the music guy. He's the music guy. You want to do anything music, go see him. And so a lot of different people started to like, to check me. I ended up starting to meet different people, see different studios. And, yo, I remember a lot. I remember walking, man. And because of the fact that we lived in the West Island, it was always a beautiful struggle coming back home. Because, like, the music scene pops off late. The West Island transit.
Oh my gosh, yes. By 12 o'clock, the entire thing is done, guy. I used to work.
Yeah.
I am feeling that pain.
Bro,
What's
I remember
a night bus?
Things are popping off at 10 o'clock. And I'm like, yo, guys, if I don't leave now, I'm going to have to walk from a far ways. Yo, you know how many times I've done the walk from the top of St. John's to motherfucking Baton Rouge?
That's far, man. I feel your pain. They might not feel your pain. I feel your pain.
The people in the West Island will feel the pain, bro.
That's rough, man. And it's like, that's a big walk. It's like, and especially when you're like young and you don't want to do it.
I'm like 16, 17, 18, 19. I wasn't. No, not 16, 17. No, I was still in church in those days. It was probably from when I was 19 till I was like 23. Like those were the times where I was really getting like a lot of the music stuff was popping with me within meeting different people in the city. That's when my life really got interesting. Because then after I graduated,
you gotta still gotta take one thing into consideration here is that at least as far as the nightlife in the West Island is concerned, which is a big difference between you and me, is that you could smoke in bars. So there was a fucking nightlife in the West Island. So here's why I say that. I was just talking about this with my girlfriend the other day. The year I turned 18 was the year that all the bars in the West Island closed because smoking got banned, and it was like there was like literally 5 options for the whole West Island. There was Annie's, there was fucking that one on Pure Fun that I never went to, Tonic, I think.
Tonic, yeah, they're still
like,
there.
There was the fucking one in Point Claire that closed. Clyde's. Cheers was on St. Jean. In I think it was in Dollard though. I think.
No, that was on. That was in Point Claire.
And then there was Bourbon Street West, which also unfortunately is now in SQDC. Which, win, lose, hard to say. But there was that was it. That was it for me for my like 18 to whatever till I left the West Island, because like I said, smoking got banned and everything closed, and that was huge. I don't think people even understand how big that was for the nightlife and how much changed after that shit.
I remember that because I mean I was never in the scenes to go to the bars like that. I was never the one, because again, I was always doing some music shit.
Right. But I meant more like there was a bigger like scene to have shit popping off at 10 o'clock versus like in my life it would have been like everybody was going downtown and I didn't want to go downtown, so I never went downtown. Downtown is fucking
I was always downtown. That's why I was doing that late night journey.
Fair enough.
I was always downtown because I realized that everything that I needed to do was out there, because West Island was a dope place to live, horrible place to journey to, or a horrible place to stay and try to fucking to do things at the time, you know?
Especially at that age. I had to leave West Island. We moved there when I was 16. And then when I went to Abbott, it was cool. Because, like, I mean, you're in Abbott, so, like, you're fucking in the West Island anyway. And then I went to Concordia after, and I'm like, fuck the West Island. I just went to have accents, honestly. But that's cool, though, because, like, still, you're, like, already young and at the point of, like, are you selling beats at this point? Like, is this a fiscally advantageous thing, or are you still, like, in the more...
I'm still in the form. I'm still in the learning. I'm still in my cocoon, learning how the whole thing is working at the time.
But like you're on the sites that are selling beats though, so you see that this is real.
I was seeing that. I was learning. I guess you could say, learning the how. Then then MySpace boomed, and like we started to upload. Like I was uploading beats to there like crazy. I remember that, man. Yo, shout out to the man, Tom.
Yo, okay. My homeboy Lindell, who's one of the patrons, has got a dip off the live, and he wants to know what your top 5 MCs are.
Top 5 MCs?
Yeah.
I was always a fan of DMX, Jadakiss, Busta Rhymes, Method Man. And Bun B.
There you go, Linda. I respect that list. I respect that list a lot.
Honorable mention 8-Ball MJG.
Yeah, they're fire.
And Juicy J.
Like new Juicy or old Juicy?
Old Juicy. 3-6 Mafia. My bad.
All right, fair enough. There you go, Lindell. You got like a top 8 or 9 there. Woo! Above and beyond. I'm like really shit with those kinds of questions because I figure like a lot of other people are just gonna ask those kinds of questions. So I figure let's talk about all the weird shit.
I wasn't ready for that one, but you know I had to think on the fly. I was like, yo, I remember listening to this guy a lot.
Yeah, if you guys in the comments want to throw questions out and shit along the journey, like I'll just interrupt him and ask. Like I'm cool with that. That's my job.
I'm good with it, man.
I can keep track of shit. Like we're in the formative learning years, and just so y'all know, like Beat Click is at the time, according to Tech Luciano at least, because fucked if I was there.
Oh,
But he was
SoundClick.
SoundClick. That's what I meant to say. I
Yeah,
apologize. But like
yeah.
at the time, was more than just like what it is today. Like he was describing it was a whole forum community thing with
Yeah,
like a
yeah, yeah,
lot of
yeah.
shit that was popping off. Were you
Yo, I
ingratiated
remember
into
coming
that
home from
side?
school and logging in, like, oh, let's see what's going on in here. People messaging you, you're messaging other people. Like, it was a lot. There was a lot happening on there. It was very much, it was a lot of a big community, super community thing.
Were you
You know,
involved in it,
it's
or were you
it's
just
crazy that you mentioned the chat. I got to go back to when you had your episode with Merker. He was talking about dynamic producer. I didn't register with them, but that's how I started to see, because I knew that I wasn't going to get the funds able to just, let me go to the States right now and go do, like my family was not like the richest of the richest, you know what I'm saying? So like, I understood, okay, there's going to be things that I can do. There's going to be things that I can't do, but I'm going to get as much information as I can. I knew at a young age, information was key.
right?
Information was clutch. While most people were in the club drinking, I was learning a lot of the music. While people were dancing, I was like practicing how to play keys. A lot of people in these times was sampling to make beats. I've only recently started to use samples.
So you were
I've
like,
always been.
but
I
yeah,
was a composer.
but you could like play instruments up the fucking wazoo. So, I mean, you had
Yeah,
a bit
so
of
that's why
a
I was like,
gift here.
that's what I do, And it's so crazy because I play the keyboard so frequently, but I never learned how to play piano.
But let's be real, the keyboard's a lot more fun than piano. Piano's so like disciplined. The
Yes, but
keyboard
that
almost
same
think,
discipline. But now, if you transfer that discipline from the piano to the keyboard, imagine how savage you
pretty savage. But I'm just saying, I can see how a keyboard. See, I like to fuck around on a keyboard. When I sit in front of a
are.
piano, I feel like I have to be responsible. I don't know how to describe it. You sit in front of,
Yeah.
because I think about church a lot with pianos, right? Because there was always like the
Yeah.
fucking piano at church. That's a lot of my exposure to piano. It's not like people. So I did have a couple of homeboys who had a piano in their house, but like you got to be in a certain income tier to have pianos in your house. Okay, like it isn't like
Yes, sir.
it
Yes,
is.
sir.
I'm coming from the more welfare side of life. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes,
So
sir.
like to
Yeah.
me, there
Yeah.
was keyboards maybe here and there if my dad had one around or
Yo,
whatever.
Radio Shack, bro.
Oh shit, yeah, I remember that too. You could actually just fuck around with
Radio
them.
Shack before the Source
Mm,
CC.
that's true, man. I
Yeah,
remember that shit. I liked Radio Shack a lot. That was a good
I
store.
loved Radio Shack.
No, it was fire.
Bro,
I used to go to the Cavendish Mall one a lot. It was a good times.
I was at the one in Fairview.
I went to the one in Fairview a lot too, actually back in the day. But different
Mm.
eras of my life. Cause yeah, I did a run at where I was at fucking Fairview. Cause you go to Abbott, you go to Fairview for like years.
Yeah.
I remember when
Anywhere in the West, you go to
I was there when
Fairview.
the Best Buy opened.
Oh, shit.
So I remember like a lot of shit. I bought my first laptop there. Like good memories.
Mm. I remember Future Shop across the street.
Yeah, and then you would go like back and forth, and they would whichever one had the best price.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You start going and checking and gunning back and gunning back and gunning back. I
Mm.
remember that, man.
Yeah, Fairview's lit.
Yeah.
It was a lit place, and it was like there was always somebody you knew at Fairview. There was
Oh, for
always
sure.
somebody you knew. Like you couldn't go through
For
there
sure.
because there's nothing else in the
But the
fuck. Yo,
thing
what's
about
up,
it is,
What's up, DJ Blaster? Shout out Blaster.
oh, Blaster, what's happening? Yo, respect Blaster. Ah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if that was a thing that I don't
yeah,
know what that was, but I understand.
yeah.
I know.
Blaster, man.
I
Yeah, man.
recognize that yup though. I feel like that is like iconically like it's just such a
Yeah,
thing. And I don't know. I like Blaster. You can watch him on Twitch now. Everybody should follow
yeah,
Blaster.
yeah. He
He's
on there.
fucking a great time.
Man,
I know.
he was just playing some Viva tracks the other day too, man. Respect, brother.
Yo, shout out Blaster for real. That guy is one of those another legend types. You know, everybody says his name with praise. You know, Autobots came up in fucking. So we got this song we're previewing on Friday from this guy Crazy Ace, cut the history of the Southwest, and the Autobots made the track. That's right. The Autobots made that track. That's how fucking significant, you know? Like, it
That's
is
so
what it
crazy
is.
because, bro.
Amazing.
Bro.
Amazing.
We're going to get to that too soon.
All right.
We're going to get to all of that. Where Megatron came from, then where the Titan came from. All these names that I have.
I'm
man.
definitely down, man, because I don't know fucking anything. Honestly, I only know that because, like, Preach is like, DJ Blaster and the Autobots. You don't know what the fucking Autobots is? And I'm like, that's why we're doing this now, to make sure that's
super
what's
legend.
up. But no, Blaster, I know. Blaster is somebody that has just always been there. Like, I feel like always been there. I mean, and it's always positive shit.
His name has been around for a very long time. Very long time. I've known his name from... Wait, man. He came around to some of the people that I was around too, so that's why it's like, oh, there's a lot of different legends here in Montreal.
Big facts.
They're underground legends.
That's what we yeah, but it's funny because Blaster's only 21, he says. Big facts. Big facts. No, but like for real, that's what we're trying to do here, right? Like we realized, or at least I realized, the biggest problem in the city is that people don't really know what's been done in the city, so everybody comes in acting like they're going to be a hero rather than paying the homage to the elders and the shit that came before it. Myself included, I was that jackass for a minute. I have to say it every single time. That's how come I know what the behavior is. But like the more you learn the legacy of the city, yo, what's up, Zed? The more you learn the legacy of the city, the more like I feel like I take pride in representing Montreal. I take pride in the history of all the people that are involved in it. Like hearing your story, it's like, yo, shut the fuck up, people, man. Yo, you know what Metikulus did? That's not part of my future lexicon, you know? Because yo, that's you gotta keep in mind. We're at this almost 2 hours now, and you're barely an adult. Okay?
Oh, we're at like 19.
Barely.
We're like 19
this is
now.
Absolutely gonna have to be more than one part. Like, not even gonna lie. That's how big your story clearly is, and that's pretty incredible. Because end of the day, we try and bridge the gap. You know, we try to make sure people know what the fuck is up out there.
I love what you're doing, man. It's dope because, like, again, I've been doing this for a very long time. You're the first one who's popped up with this idea.
I'm not gonna lie. I stole it from all the famous podcast guys crushing the game right now. I just tried to cherry pick shit I like from them. Like Drink Champs is like all about flowers, right? I didn't even realize that till after I started, and I was trying to reverse engineer. Why the fuck do people like what I'm doing? And then I watched Drink Champs, and all Nore does is he praises the accomplishments and the success of people. That's all he really does, man. And then you watch Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan gives people sex eyes for like the most mundane bullshit. Like he'll be like, oh, that's so you know he's heard this shit like 100 times before because he's on episode 1500, but he makes everybody feel like they're the first one in his life, even if they're the fifth time on his show, you know. And you watch Joe Budden, and Joe Budden is fearless, and people love him or hate him, but he's fearless, and he's willing to admit when he's wrong. So you know you can kind of go through all of those things and start.
You just rolled everything up together.
And then try and bring it here. But yo, also even DJ Vlad, he's the biggest inspiration. As much as we might not like Vlad for all the good reasons to not like Vlad, because trust, even when I started telling people, I'm like Vlad, but we're not gonna talk about crime. I don't want that shit on my fucking brand. So Vlad's funny, but Vlad has done so much for the tri-state area because you know what I realized? I know the names of so many fucking rappers that I've never listened to their music, and I never will, but I know shit about them, and I know shit about their drama, and I'm invested in like Chicago's drill scene way more than I ever thought I would be. But it's all because of DJ Vlad that I give a fuck. And maybe it's terrible, right? Because I bought into all that bullshit for a minute. But like end of the day,
but I mean that's your source, right? That's what you enjoy. Like every single person on the planet is going to enjoy what they enjoy.
Say what you will, but like outside of, let's say, Joe Rogan and Vlad and maybe Budden later on, there wasn't like a lot of options for a quick minute, you know? Like it wasn't like there was always fucking that show that Budden did, fucking well, there was like breakfast clubs and shit, but let's be real. Like if you're from like...
But they weren't like... Breakfast Club was dope.
But like, how did I
That'd be
get
fucking
to it? You
dope.
know, like, how did I
That's fucking
access
dope.
it? Like, that was like, I mean, at some point it
Yeah,
showed up on YouTube, and you realize that it's like on YouTube and it's dope.
yeah,
But I don't think
yeah.
that really happened. Like for me, it wasn't until like
Not when
the
it began.
fucking put respect on my name. It was at that
Yeah.
moment that I realized Breakfast Club is fucking dope. And shout out Charlotte Mendigot. I bought his first book. He's fucking great. I find him
Yo,
very
he's an
interesting.
amazing dude, man.
He's another one I studied a little bit, but I'm not really like him. So I'm kind of I like his Donkey of the Day. Anyway, that's enough about like
He's
radio
funny. He's
hosts.
got a lot of funny, different characteristics about him.
He's a good guy to study though, but that's honestly what it
Yeah,
is. And like maybe like look, I mean 514 Online Mix is out there, and I want to give them all the shout outs because like I'm not the only person doing interesting things right
true,
now. I might be the
true.
only person doing 4 hour stone conversations, but like let's be real, that's like not everybody's cup of tea. But like 514
Yeah,
Online Mix is out there right now making people look good in a way that I'm trying to make people look like more like brainy, you know? Oh, People's
yeah,
Party podcast by Talib Kweli is dope from what I've seen, but I think about it like never, and so I never end up watching it. But like it's
true.
one of those ones I want to get to, and then I keep seeing how hot it is, and people keep talking about it, and it made me realize everybody's got a fucking podcast and shit now. uh,
Yo, shout out to Geektastics too. These guys, I'm a nerd at heart. You know what I'm saying? Like,
mm,
I got a poster on my wall of the Batman who laughs. I got like, Thanos. I got Venom. I'm a big fan of like, comic shit, and these guys cover like big comics all day, every week. Comic shit, fucking comic world of movies, like all of that. Like, I watch a lot. I pay attention with that too, man. It's
yeah,
real
it's worth
dope.
it, man. I fucking love. Well,
Yeah,
I'm not as into like it as I maybe once was when I was younger, but
yeah.
I'm certainly invested in technology, so it kind
Oh,
of
hell
has a
yeah,
lot of parallels. Um,
hell yeah,
all right, so you're like 19 and shit, and you're
yeah.
learning to make beats, and then what
I'm working
happens?
on. I'm recording at home. I'm uh, I'm recording at home, making beats for, you know. Now I'm starting. Okay, so boom, 18, 19. I was in adult ed, meeting different people, and still doing my music stuff at this time. And yeah, it was just a real, just okay, a little hangover part. 2004, I go to Dawson, and bro, no, 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 no. 2003, I go to Dawson. This is where I meet everybody. 2003 is where I meet everybody. Like Frost, he was at Dawson. Lost One, he was at Dawson. Um, man, there was just different people that were there. And I remember going to Dawson for one semester. I went there in the January semester. Yo, by about March, I'd already dropped out. I was in the atrium playing dominoes. So that's why I was like, yo, school? Oh man, this is so then in September of that year, I I end up going to Rosemount Technology to learn graphics.
Okay.
Yeah. They actually had a printing program. And so I learned the beginnings of that. But then I was like, I'm not interested in this shit. I mean, it's cool, and I still use some of that knowledge to this day.
Yo, but that's actually like
But
that's a big fucking knowledge nugget that you dropped there by accident, I think. And it's like if it, yo, you know what happens when I try to hit up like a fucking sound engineering program and I stare at that shit? It's cool, but you know it's the same fucking thing. It's just not for me.
yeah,
On the other hand,
yeah,
give me a Google Analytics spreadsheet and a bunch of data, and oof, girl, I'm gonna go in on that. I'm gonna go in on that analytics shit. But like,
know what you're supposed to do, and yo, apply elbow grease.
but try it. I actually did try to sound
Try it.
engineer. I fucking hate it because I actually tried to master one time, and yo, I saw what mastering was, and I'm like, nope, nope. I'm out. I have a template file somewhere of some
Yeah,
fucking. It sounds like shit, and everybody's hated everything. Anytime I ever tried it, I'm like, fuck my life. Nope, Lander.
yo, stop this. Lander.
Yo, Lander exists for people like me.
Yeah. I have my website, and that's exactly what I do now.
Mm.
That's exactly what I do now. Basically. But we'll get there.
We will get there.
We'll get there.
Trust. I like to
That's
tell people
all
I
of
can't.
that. That's all 2020. So we
I'm
got
like,
ways to go.
I like to tell people I can't afford Metikulus, but this guy's premium.
No, stop this. I'm just the guy.
Nah, this shit's
I'm just the
proper. Yo, Metikulus, like, it's actually interesting. I've had this conversation with several people, but Metikulus is like the premium option, and that's what we've discussed it on it. But because you exist, the budget options can exist.
Yeah, yeah. Look, I've been around different peoples and different. I've been around different studios where it costs like $70 an hour. When I moved to Toronto, bro, some studio sessions, $70 an hour, bro. Not ones that I had to pay for, but studio sessions would cost like $70 an hour with some engineers.
Mm.
And that's when I realized Montreal's selling themselves short.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, I can't really say that. I've been working with the same dude for like 7 years, and nobody like his
Yeah,
price is insanity. I don't want to say it because it's too good, but like
yeah,
I couldn't afford anybody else because his price is too good.
true,
But
true. No, but
that's
I mean,
also a way
look,
to work. That's actually, in my opinion, one of the best ways to do it is to find somebody that like if you're
when you
blessed.
find when you find your
Oh my
chemistry,
gosh, yeah, it's like you all
sick.
like I'm down to like look at things for graphics and whatever. I haven't found my I don't have my guy, but for engineering, listen, you know why? Because I don't have to tell him things. He just does shit, and it always sounds
Mhm.
good to me, and that
Yeah,
saves me
yeah,
and him time and money.
yeah, yeah. I have a lot of people. Honest to God, like let's pause on the life story for a second.
That's cool.
Honest to God, right now, with how I work with some of the artists that I work with when I'm at the studio and stuff. Even here now, it's literally okay. Like downtown would be like, okay, they record the song. I tell them, yo, record everything. Record the backs, record your mains, record your ad-libs, record your singing parts, record your sauce pieces, record everything. And then I'm like, okay, my turn. And they're like, yep, I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna go smoke. I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna go this. That's when they fuck off. And and then they might come back from time to time. And every single time they come back, they're like, oh shit, oh shit, like oh shit. And now, since we've done the renovations at the studio, I've basically matched what it is that I do with other engineers around the city, right? And I ask around, I'm like, yo, do other engineers do this? Do other engineers do this? So I'm like, okay, no, they don't. No, okay, cool. I'm gonna do this for this price, but if you want me to do this, this is gonna cost you a little bit more because I know how to do this, and other people clearly might not know how to do it.
Fair enough. And I think it's interesting,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because like, just at a base economics level, you're up front. There's no deception. I don't want to like say names, but I've heard
Yeah,
stories of deception, where
yeah.
people don't
Oh,
find
I've
out
heard
certain
that all the
things,
time.
where certain like costs are not disclosed up front. I don't know. I never really went through that, so I don't have any bad experiences. I've been blessed, I guess. I
Yeah,
recorded at DRX. That was like the only real
yeah.
place I ever really did
Oh
that,
yeah,
and
DRX was dope, man.
they were honorable as fuck. So
We're
like,
gonna get into that building.
oh shit, that's a dope building. I miss it.
We're gonna get into that building. R.I.P. to that building.
Also, Serenity's
1189.
Serenity is saying facts to what you're saying, and then Gremlin is like something about hit me up with graphics, asthmatic
Oh yeah,
graphics.
yeah, 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 yeah. Gremlin. He's dope. He's who we've been doing graphics with right now.
You made all
Like
the colorful
for like
stuff, like the really
yeah,
colorful.
my Toronto, all the stuff I've been
Yeah,
doing with like my Toronto stuff.
well,
He's the dude.
oh, like with Viva or them.
Not with Viva. She has a few people that she has in
Okay,
her pocket, but the Toronto squad is like that's the
all
few the
right,
circle.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
check
right
that.
now we started releasing stuff for Philly, and he's been doing a lot of the artwork. Also, what's his name? Sebastian Stewart. He also did one too.
I've
You
seen
know?
that name before. The only one,
Yeah.
I know. I just want to, if we're talking designers, shout out Hugo Roberge for the Bridge the Gap logo. So that was fucking
True.
nice.
True. True.
Um,
True. He also did Gremlin. He just designed a logo actually for my boy. He's actually getting ready to kick up a podcast just now, and I'm actually helping.
yo,
I'm helping
You know
cook that up
what?
right now.
Yo, Gremlin,
Yeah.
if we never had a graphic designer come through, if you want to pop on and have a little chit chat and a conversation, that's all I'm saying. We want to talk to everybody
Yeah.
and everything. This ain't just the fucking,
Oh yeah, he's
rappers.
an OG too. He's an OG. He's been doing this thing for a long time, and he also raps and makes beats.
Straight up. All I'm saying is this is more like anybody, man. It's open. That's all I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
yeah, man.
Um,
Yeah, man. It's pretty dope the amount of the different people I've met through time. Like, okay, so we're gonna go back to like 19 like after all the schooling. That's when I started digging deep with the music. So I link up with I don't even know who brought me around, but that's when RBR kicked off. Real Big Records.
mm,
And
that's another thing I've
this is
never heard of. Just like
say
in the
what?
list. That's another thing I've never heard of in the list of shit I've never heard of.
Bro, Real Big Records
I mean, okay, it might
was
have come up, but it's not significant to me yet. So that's why we're here.
NDG. They were all from NDG and Uptown. They were basically
Oh, I really want to
that's
know.
when
Okay,
that's
okay.
when
Actually, I might have heard of
Royal
this
Peasants
before. All right,
when
right.
Royal
I have
Peasants.
heard of this before. Cool.
Yeah,
Elaborate
yeah,
though,
Royal
because yo, the
Peasants.
people need to hear the history. So just talk about it a little bit, stills.
Yeah, it's pretty actually crazy because there was a post online the other day. Um, they were asking about how long like trap was popping in Montreal, and they were literally talking, I guess, about the French guys because they were talking about like 2007. They were talking about 2008 stuff like this. But like we were making trap music in 2004. That's when the RBR tape came out. On this tape, I ended up producing. Okay, so I Blast, Kurt Cocaine, Snake
Shit.
Eyes,
Isn't it
uh,
2004? You're saying
2004,
that's some early shit.
uh, Nasty, uh, Peso, Jimmy Dollars.
Like you're saying, like you're working with an early eye blast in him.
Yeah, this was I Blast before he became Blicky.
No, I mean I knew he was he was eye blast in 2012, but like that's when I knew him, and then he became Blicky after that. So like I'm saying like early eye blast as in like early is 2004. Like I don't know how much
Bro,
earlier it really goes.
around with like Royal Peasants. That's how far back. This is 2000, like yeah, man.
That's like some seminally early shit is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me see if I have it here. Man. Um, yes, I do. So check this out. They called it the Takeover.
What? Wow. Okay, okay. I see it. Um
You know what I'm saying?
that's
The
fucking dope.
MySpace on the back, everything.
Yo, you're gonna have to send me the files to that so I can do a little fucking review on that bad boy. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I don't even have a CD.
Nah. Oh.
I don't even have a CD. I literally have the cover. That's just sitting in my thing here, bro.
Okay. That's fucking
You know?
amazing.
Yeah, bro. Genius is the ones who did the artwork and shit for that back in the day, man. They were innovators of everything back in the day, and they still are today. You know, like Azaz.
Oh, fair enough. All right, so you're involved as their engineer, or you're just
I'm
around?
engineering and producing. So I okay, so boom. We had oh my god. Okay, so we were this dude who ran RBR, he was a real he was a real character.
Mm.
He was a real character. He ran a moving company. I'm like trying to piece. I'm like, which parts can I say? Which parts can't I say?
Yeah. Don't say the parts we can get in trouble for you saying. You can tell me those now
Yeah,
on camera.
yeah. That's why I'm like, he owned a moving company. Period.
That's what he did.
So yeah, basically all the artists were working for this moving company, and the moving company was making a lot of money, and everybody was still doing their extracurricular activities on the side, and so there was a lot of paper that was just being made at the time, and we were also doing music, and so we ended up, the man ended up building a little studio in his house. And so this was in St. Henry at the time. And so we would go down to St. Henry, and I would actually be there from 10 o'clock in the morning until late o'clock at night. Like late. Matter of fact, this guy would drop me off. Like he would bring me back home, and then the next day we would do it all over again. And we did this for like a while, and that's where the tape came out. You know, one part of the day would be this artist, another part of the day would be that artist, another part of the day would be this artist. Like, you know, I remember Snake Eyes. I remember I always used to see him every day, early in the morning, because he's an early bird. So I remember seeing him early.
Shout out Natasha Marie, who's in the chat saying what's up.
Yes, what's happening? What's happening? Yeah, man, it's just been like this was back when RBR was like, yo, they gave everybody jackets. Like people in the West Island, they would see me maybe 5 years later, and they would, yo, RBR, yo, what's going on, bro? And I'm like, what's happening? Because that was on our jackets. We had big jackets that had it, so like when we showed up places, it looked like a gang. You know, I'm remembering all of this shit. It was pretty crazy. But then a lot of different things happened, and that studio ended up closing down. So that's when I crossed over. But that's when I ended up going downtown to 1180 Saint Antoine.
That is an amazing building. That's basically the first time I ever saw a studio.
Now, that building contained maybe 15 different recording studios. 15, 20 different recording studios was in there. So boom. Bandit Studios.
That's your studio?
No, that's before. Okay, so when you went to see Studio Drex, was he downstairs or upstairs?
Upstairs.
Okay.
I assume because I had to go up.
On the third floor?
Yes.
Directly in front of the elevator?
Sort of. I remember the stairs more, and the bathrooms was next to the stairs. So.
Yes. And then you would, okay, so as you would come out of the bathroom, you would go right.
You would go to, like, you walk out a door and you go to a left or something, and then he
was down the hallway still.
Yeah, he was there, and then it was like this open room, and you could smoke joints there, but you couldn't smoke joints, you could smoke cigarettes there. In that first room, and then there was like a whole second room that had the back. It's where Makeway ended up taking over.
Okay, so that's the same place. Okay, so boom. That's right in front of the elevator. Before Makeway, before Drex, because that's where Real Big Records eventually took over.
Okay.
There was a studio called Bandit Studios. It was ran by these two Greek guys. Let's leave it at that. But
I'm leaving it at that. I'm not even curious. I mean,
let's leave it at that. These two guys.
Look at me lying.
They ran a studio, and that's where I really started to get the atmosphere of a recording studio versus the live atmosphere that I was learning when I was in church back in the day. Entirely different atmospheres. That's where I realized what recording studios and recording sessions. Bro, this is the heart of downtown.
Yeah. It's like across from the Bell Center.
Exactly.
Like literally.
A struggle to get back home to the West.
Big facts. It was even awkward to like fucking. I will never forget getting out of like you know because you got to walk up the tunnel, then fucking work your way through the whole fucking thing, then come down some fucking steps, then you're still like a block and a half away,
and then another set of steps, and then like, another set of steps.
And it's like, the fuck is going on with this metro design and subway for people who don't live here.
It was amazing. Getting to the metro was a 15-minute journey.
I think it's Lucien Lallier. That was the one, I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah. You walk all the way up and then you start.
Gosh, old times, man. I used to do things once upon a time.
bro, that was the workout.
Yes. I don't want to go there, but big fucking yes, man. I was not in the best shape of my life at that point. I'm just saying.
Bro, that was a struggle.
Yes. You walk in all
That
fucking
was
like.
a struggle, man. Like, I'm remembering all of this right now, and I'm like, so yeah, boom, Bandit Studios. So a situation happens at the studio where, back then, actually, shout out to Big Z and shout out to Full Clip. He's another producer here in Montreal. He was in South. These guys were South Shore, man.
That's
And
Montreal
they were
enough.
they were Full Clip was making a lot of dope beats at the time. Yo, back then, a dude from Harlem came down, Harlem Hellfighter, and he had ties to like Max B and Dipset.
Okay.
So Full Clip actually ended up getting a beat placed with Max B. Back when it was like Max B was popping. So that was a big thing that popped off at like with everybody that was involved at the studio at the time. Harlem Hellfighter really just came true. And then there was a couple situations I'm not too sure of exactly what happened, but then he ended up like leaving. I don't know. I don't even remember if it was on bad terms or on good terms. I just don't remember. But I remember he ended up just cutting. But I have him on like Twitter and shit like that. I still talk to him from time to time.
You Twitter?
Yeah, I have a
too.
Twitter. Yeah.
But do you Twitter or do you like lurk? I'm a lurker on Twitter. I don't really tweet much.
I barely even lurk, bro. I just go on there to tweet on one. I literally just started tweeting again. Like I'm like, yo, what am I doing? Let me get on everything.
I got like one guy that I'm booking for an interview through Twitter now. It's my first Twitter booking.
Twitter's a big thing, especially for the States, bro.
That's what it is. Yeah, I guess. Look, I look at
Twitter's,
trending.
bro. Facebook is not a thing down there. Not like nothing. Instagram and Twitter down there, bro.
I mean, I feel like it's a complex thing. Currently, Clubhouse seems to be a hot topic, but I don't have an Apple device, so I can't Clubhouse.
True. But for the past years,
yeah,
it's been Twitter and Instagram, bro.
But I feel like
that's why motherfucking Trump sending tweets. That's why that's such a big thing.
It's definitely more gray than that, but you're probably right. Instagram is really powerful, but Instagram's powerful here because like here, Instagram's big with our youth.
Yes,
Instagram
is huge here, but
like,
for us, Facebook is the secondary app.
No. There's an age group.
At least to our age group.
There's like an age curve, is what I'm saying. Like
at least our age. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because like these 20-year-olds aren't even on Facebook, really, right? Like the 20-year-olds, they don't have fucking. They don't give a shit. They might have a likable Facebook page. It has like fucking 1/10 of anything else.
Yeah,
and they're not even
on Instagram.
They're surprisingly not all fucking on TikTok either. But they but they use Instagram the way I use Facebook as the messenger. Yeah. Messenger is my primary way of keeping in touch with people, right? And so in the same way, like they treat Instagram like that. Like, yo, I'm watching this man's that I'm going to be interviewing in a month or so. He's like 20, maybe even younger. He ran this fucking contest all through hashtags and Instagrams. Like, I'm doing the same shit in Facebook groups, and I'm feeling old as fuck because these kids can somehow do it on fucking Instagram. And I'm like, how? How did you make? I couldn't even think like that. Am I posting too much or too little? I don't know how to do this Instagram content. I know how to do a group, but let's be real. There's an age curve there. Like, not a lot of kids is popping into my Facebook group. How do I make it everywhere? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm learning a lot about the demos of the different apps. So you got a lot of power in what you're saying too. But in the States, it's definitely different than Montreal. Like, I know about Montreal a little bit more than I know about like the States. I know old people. Like, when I'm saying old, 45 plus, they are the biggest people on Facebook, and they spend so much fucking money that it's not even our app anymore, dog. Like,
straight up.
Like,
I spend a lot of time on IG. That's where like I post a lot on Facebook because like I don't know, I have a lot of close people on there. You know what I'm saying? But IG is like my secondary. I'm now actually, it's so crazy. I'm now actually getting into like learning TikTok.
Yo, TikTok's fire. But like,
I just actually got I just got a stand to hold my phone so that way I'm gonna go live with making beats.
That's a fire move. Um, I don't
You
know.
know?
I haven't figured out how I want a TikTok. There's a lot of options, but I have to
Yeah,
say, no matter what you like on TikTok, if you type in the word that you like with the word talk after it, you'll find like a community for it, like plant talk. I stumbled onto plant talk. That's people who grow plants and they make
yeah.
TikToks about their plants. There's mushroom talk. This is like people who go and do like wild mushroom hunting. And
I can't tell you what I'm gonna do, bro.
that's fair.
I already have the name, that's why.
Is
But
it
I gotta do it. Then I'm gonna.
Metikulus
Yeah,
talk?
bro. You know me. You know me. I have all the ideas already.
I mean, all I could think of is the basic shit I would want to do, like the fucking duets and the fucking rapidy raps here and there. That
Yeah.
sounds appealing to me. I don't think I'm
Uh,
funny enough for TikTok. It seems like a funny person platform. Like you need to be
no, there's all
humorous.
kinds of different things on there. We just happen to see a lot of the funny shit because the funny shit happens to stand out.
Yeah, it's good, man. I really enjoy the good relationship comedy. Like I
You
like
know?
those wife and husband jokes now.
Yeah, there's a few of them that's popping on there. There's a few of everything on there, man. There's a
Fair
few of
enough.
everything on there. That's what I'm realizing. And like, I have a few people around me now that are talking to me like, "Yo, how are you not on TikTok yet? Yo, get on TikTok." Like, I have like, because I now have like a couple people that work with me on the music. So
Mm.
that's what like employees type thing.
So what would you recommend for the TikTok as to what you should be using it for, and why TikTok over other things?
TikTok, apparently, I'm learning about TikTok right now. Apparently, it's easy to just gain followers if you're catching people's attention. So if if lights caught my attention, lights should catch other people's attention. So I'm gonna make beats. My beat machine is pretty serious. Like anytime, like most of the time that I make beats, I end up putting like little snippets and things online or go live, like and like put it in a story or some shit like that. So people know like my machine has a lot of lights. So if I put something like this on TikTok, there's no reason why it shouldn't bubble.
Yeah, I have this memory of you making a beat live on Facebook with a rum and coke.
I remember probably doing a one drink because I don't really drink. I'm not much of a
I
drinker,
remember
but
this
once in a
like,
blue moon, I probably do have like a one. Honest to God, I probably drink like twice a year.
yeah, I'm with you on that. I drank recently because a company sent me a bunch of whiskey for free for like
Oh,
a virtual whiskey tasting, but it was like they had a budget, right? Because they couldn't do their
okay.
conference. Imagine your conference gets canceled and you're sitting on like 5 mil. Now you're gonna do something fancy virtually. So
Yeah.
shout out Zendesk for the free, and it wasn't like bullshit whiskey. It was like aged, delicious. Like we did a whiskey tasting whiskey, and then
Okay.
so I got a little drunk a little bit at that point. But that's it. Like I don't know. I have like this bottle of rum that has lasted like 18 months so far.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah, me, I've never been a drinker because again, like most of my life, I was in church, like really learning how to do stuff. But then later on, you choose, you know,
When did you
weed
get
or
into weed?
motherfucking liquor.
When did
I
you get
chose the
into weed?
cheese, man. Yeah, it just happened because I'm always doing whatever's gonna help me with my music.
Mm.
Liquor won't.
So
It won't.
when did you get into trees?
I started in high school. I started at the end of high school.
Mm.
Like that's when I stopped going to church and all that. That's when I started to like listen to the boys, them, you know.
That's
So
fair.
that's when I really started to see what was popping. I remember the first time I didn't really feel nothing. I remember the second time I didn't feel a damn thing. The third time, yo, listen, I felt like I touched God's motherfucking finger. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, whoa, this is
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
You know,
I
and then you
understand
start
that.
you start experimenting and seeing more and more different types of trees. Back then, it was M39. That was the closest thing. Like that was the easiest thing to get your hands on back then.
I
You
don't
know?
know if Lemef is still on here, but today Lemef made a post that said M39 and it started a bunch of people listing strains, and that was my favorite part of Facebook today. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but Lemef has this campaign running where like he says one word and people just list synonyms to it, and I'm like, this is the dumbest shit that nobody's ever done, and Lemef is crushing it. It's not like you just think
Bro,
of a word.
I remember like I remember so much different, and I was still like a rookie back then when M39 was like shit, you know. But now, given everything else that there is, holy shit,
Yo, I
you
had to
know.
like Google a lot of things when the weed store opened.
Yeah, I happened when I moved to Toronto. I happened to work at a weed store, so my knowledge on trees.
Like one of the ones on like around Yonge Street downtown and whatnot, or one of the
I used to work at a
dispensaries.
canna clinic on Dundas and Ossington,
Okay, okay.
and then when the raids started happening, they transferred me to a store on St. Clair with a different name. And then I trained all the employees there, and I was assistant manager there. And then they sent me back. Yo, that's a whole story. That's a whole story.
All
Man.
right, that's like a
Ah!
teaser for the next time. All right, so let's go
Oh my
back to
god.
Dawson. You dropped out
Yes,
your
I
bait.
dropped
Well,
out of Dawson, went to Rosemount Tech. Dropped out of Rosemount Tech after doing some artwork, and then I went and we did the RBR shit. So for the next after RBR, that's when I switched up and we had heard about that other studio, so that's when I started to go down there, and that's when I first experienced like the studio vibe. From there, um, I started doing little sessions from time to time, like just recording sessions. I wasn't mixing. I wasn't a mixing engineer at the time. I was just a recording. So I remember doing a couple sessions there. Uh, that was back when it was banded. Then we did Studio Drex. A dude, Chad, he became the engineer for the squad at the time because it was Pro Tools and I was not a Pro Tools guy. So, and I'm a stubborn dude, man. Like, you know, I'm like, I'm not learning Pro Tools. That's like, you know, nah, man.
I get
I'm
it,
an
man.
English dude. I'm an English dude. You telling me to learn Pro Tools is the equivalent to you telling me to learn French. It ain't gonna happen. I got so much other shit to do, bro.
That's
I ain't got
fucking
time for that shit. That's a
funny.
distraction.
No, but you know what? Like, if you think about that, practically speaking, like there was a huge push for Pro Tools. So what people don't know is, and it was something I learned with that Stavros Adamopoulos guy who's making that movie with Tech Luciano and them. Um,
Okay.
so he was telling me about how Adobe became like the standard
Yep.
for independent. And it was a
Yep.
lot because businesses do it, and they got excellent business options available. So I know about that from like my life in software. So Adobe really is good. Like they're expensive, but if you have money, they're good. So if you're
Bro, what
independent,
is it? $60 a month right now?
yeah, but you get
Or
a
50
lot.
bucks a month to get everything?
But you get a lot. You can make stacks
Yeah,
on that.
you get all of the softwares at that price.
All of the
Because
software,
one software is 25 bucks.
unless it's Photoshop, which is a little cheaper.
Uh,
Trust.
no.
I pay for the
Photoshop,
single Photoshop for my guy because like he's
yeah.
doing graphics for me. 1788 a month.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So they
but
probably had a
Photoshop
deal.
is special. Everything
They probably had
else,
a deal. Because
um,
when I seen that, Photoshop and if you wanted Photoshop and if you wanted Premiere, both of those two was the equivalency
yeah,
of getting the whole pack.
big facts. But that is how it is because the other ones are all $30 or 20. So they have two pricing models. They have annual with no commitment, and it's like fucking expensive, like $30 a month. And then they drop the price a bit if you agree to commit for a year. So now you can't cancel for a fucking year. So
Yeah.
like it's anyway. I know a
Well,
little
then
bit
if that's
about
the case,
this.
they might as well charge you one time.
So here's the problem. It's not how it works. So it's a stock market thing. This is about big money, man. So I can talk about. I have to be careful with this subject because I do have like a contract at work, so I have
Yeah.
to dance around
Yeah.
it a bit. But if you look at how it works, is so what they realized is people can't afford that $400 shit, so motherfuckers is cracking everything, like for Photoshops and right. So like if you think about it, for the longest time, CS5 was free. Everybody had it. Everybody
Bro,
had it. Even
I have
I
that.
had CS5, right?
I
And
have that on the old Windows 7, Windows 97. Yeah, on my computer, bro.
So then what happened was
Not
is due to
97.
like fighting
2000.
piracies and shit, they went account based. And then over time they realized that if they dropped the price to what people could afford per month, they can basically sell you the newest version all the time. Because you know it was really fucking expensive? Supporting 8 versions. I can tell you one thing. I had to manage knowledge base migrations for user interface changeovers. Meaning when we went
Okay.
from it looked like that to it looks like this, guy, it took me myself 3 to 6 months of full-time effort by myself to run through 3 languages of this shit. Like, you don't understand how expensive supporting so many different versions is. Like, people don't actually know this because you don't think about knowledge base, customer service, training. You guys have problems. You're talking about on a tech level, there's a virus or a security hack. Now you got to deal with 7 versions of the app because you're
Okay.
supporting it. So what they did is they said, fuck that. Y'all going to the newest shit ever and it's subscription. Now they did that and they made big stacks because instead of charging you $400 one time forever, they're
Yeah.
charging you like $600 a year. So the stock market said, oh. So like if you watch big financial news, any company that is able to successfully migrate to subscription can double to 10 times its value in a stock price valuation. Every company in every industry.
You know what the crazy thing is?
If they can successfully do it.
I was thinking about this. Like, is within a master class of like, because I have a couple videographers in Toronto that was going to do.
Bro, you want to make a master class? I fucks with that heavy.
Bro, I'm not thinking small. Nothing
I'm thinking
small.
that too, though. That's like, I fucks with that heavy.
We're going to do a video making master class.
My guy.
A video editing.
I'd watch you teach me shit.
Oh, I wouldn't be a teacher. I would just build the website. And I would put it in a membership setting.
You should be doing your own master classes because I'd fucks with you teaching me shit. I'd be like, Metikulus, sitting there, and this is how you EQ vocals.
Now that I have the phone stand, what do you think to come now? It's all possible. I literally just got the phone stand today.
But I love how like sometimes it's the basicest tech ever. I actually had this big fucking issue. I didn't know how to record for TikTok because I have all this headphones and shit. None of this shit has fucking mics built into it. It's expensive shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all wired. Yeah. So all that to say, I literally spent $30 after thinking long and hard and Googling. And in $30, I bought this shitty pair of fucking headphones, and now I can TikTok. Fucking
Buddy,
world we're in, man.
Let me give you another hack, bro. You go to like Best Buy, right? You can, so you know you have an audio interface that you have your music.
Yeah, I do have an audio interface.
You can connect your audio interface to something like this.
What is that? Yo, everybody pay attention. This looks smart.
If you connect your audio interface, so boom, you send your audio out with XLR cable,
sure.
Right? Boom. You connect this to your phone, you have crazy sound directly from the source.
Hold up. What does that do exactly?
It's basically like, so like me, I use this when I'm making beats. When I'm shooting a video of, okay, yo, I'm going to make a beat video and I just want to fucking just show people what I just made and I'm really excited about this beat. I'm like, yo, this beat's crazy. People are going to trip. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's pretty crazy how motherfucking online works. You never know what they're going to react to.
You never know, man, what people fucks with.
Yeah, so I was saying to myself one day, I'm like, yo, I'm tired of sitting there with the audio, like I have to hear it from the speaker. Is there a way to get a line directly from my computer into my phone?
Okay.
That's what I started to do homework into. And that's what this piece does.
So in theory, what that would do is I could then bust up my mic like this, and it would be able to send the audio to my phone where I could bust headphones on. And then
and listen to everything
on my phone and do like the TikTokies But bust out the fucking yo. That sounds like some $20 Amazon bullshit. If I ever seen some $20 Amazon bullshit, yeah.
This is actually $30 Best Buy bullshit.
Okay, fine. You know what I'm saying though? Well, here's the thing. Like, we're not allowed to buy that right now in a store. So like, I'm going to.
No, I didn't get it in the store. I bought it online.
No, I know, but if I'm gonna go online, I'm going to Amazon. I'll find the $30 Amazon version.
You know,
Amazon has
I
Prime.
went to Best Buy, got that shit, and I was like, okay. And then they also have because you know how most phones right now, they don't have that. They don't have the input for this.
No, my phone.
So you have to go get the adapter.
Okay.
Boom, and you're good to go.
Hold on, that plugs into the headphone jack?
That plugs onto the headphone jack.
And that other shit's for your Apple phone crap?
And this plugs into the phone.
It's Apple that got rid of the headphone jack?
No, Samsung did too. I got it
for real. Oh wow, yeah. I didn't even know. So this is some legacy shit. What up, Rico Blocks? Rico Blocks is up.
Rico
in here now.
Blocks.
Look,
legend.
I got we had a 4 hour and 20. He's the record holder. Look, I got holes. I got holes.
Yeah. You got holes.
All up inside my phone.
That song was a big song, bro.
Big facts. I'm a huge Luda fan. I forget about him a lot, but that's
huge. Damn.
That's good
times. He killed it, man. But yeah, that's you know, for producers who want to do you know,
for rappers
videos where they actually have their audio quality, that would be a life hack for you.
For rappers who want a TikTok, dude. Dude, you don't understand. I bought these fucking headphones and now I'm feeling stupid because for the same price, I could have copped that shit. And yo, I don't know. I guess it's just audio though, right? So I still have to fucking fucks with the camera.
This does the audio. You still have to record your video. But then you can put the two. You put the two together, and now you have complete control of the audio.
No, but even still, the camera on my phone is better than this bullshit anyway. So actually, this is a huge solution. You didn't even know, bro.
I know.
I mean, you knew. I didn't even know. You just solved the this is why I do this. You don't even understand. This is like the biggest benefit of my life because I'm kind of dumber than people think. I don't know how dumb I am. Like, yo, I post my shit on Facebook. But you're also smarter. Yo, I post my shit like that so that motherfuckers are like, bro, you're wrong. And you know what? 1 in like 2 of these people are right. So I'm like okay with being like wrong a lot.
You're also smarter than you put yourself off.
No, I mean I know that, but then everyone's like you're an arrogant motherfucker, and I'm
nah. Call it how you see it. There's a difference. Call it how you see it.
I would rather go the like overly humble route and surprise you than go the overly grandiose route and fucking shove it down your throat. Because I come off like I'm not good at balance, man. It's not like I don't have that nuanced shit down. I can't handle it, right? It doesn't make sense to me. So for me, it's like, listen, I'm either gonna be this arrogant motherfucker that's up in your face about how I'm smarter than you, or I'm a meek motherfucker and I kind of just show you through subtlety what it is, and those who pay attention catch it, and those who don't.
True.
And that's just me knowing myself, right? Like, yo, like I don't understand comedy anymore. I think too much for comedy. Comedy is some shit that if you think a lot, it's very hard, right? It's very hard. I like British comedy more than I like American comedy and shit like that, you know?
Really?
Well, because British comedy is often derived over language. A lot of it's linguistic. So it's like really easy to not make fun of people, per se, when it's linguistic. And when I watch a lot of 80s and 90s comedy, I think about these jokes. And in a lot of ways, it's really punching down shit. It's very rarely punching up. So, like, I can't watch, like, fucking half these things people call classics from the 80s or 90s. Like, I can't watch it. I'm like, yo, like, I just see all the isms that, like, are normalized, that normalize my behavior once upon a time. And I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about what I thought was appropriate. So when I watch it now, it's like I'm hypersensitive to it because I'm trying to, I mean, come on, like, in 2 steps over, I'm a vulture. I'm very close to that line in everything I do in this game. And I'm aware of that too, right? So like I became like stupidly aware of it. Maybe not stupidly, but like excessively aware of it.
You became aware.
Like
that's the most important thing.
And I pay attention to it like hyper a lot. So you watch this shit and you're like, yo, some of this shit is fucking whack. And then I think about women and how they're portrayed. I'm not saying this for clout. My girlfriend can co-sign the fact that I'm a terrible person to watch a 90s comedy with. I think about it. I watch like fucking chick flicks and I'm questioning the values of relationships being given to people. And I'm actually wondering if Friends was actually not a good show at the end of the day. And I start thinking, and it doesnn't matter what other, like, I'm just saying, I question things now because I'm like, yo, TV taught me a bunch of bullshit. I don't know about other people, but I was the kind of person where in my household, my dad would be like, and I swear this is not fake, my dad would quote TV shows as proof of things to win arguments with me when I was a teenager. Like, I see these court case on TV and this, that, the next thing, therefore. And so, like, maybe
That's
all of
crazy.
y'all went through some worlds where that isn't
That's
real,
crazy.
but I personally lived in a home where TV was highly influential. Like, my mom watches Judge Judy. No, I mean, she still watches Judge Judy. Like, I think it's over now, but like last year she was watching Judge Judy. Like, yo, you don't understand. This shit was like big for me. So like,
She was addicted to the show.
so I find it really hard to deal with comedy. I can't handle that like all over personality shit. You know, like I'm pretty much I gotta stay on this meek shit.
I'm a big comedy man. Like, I love to laugh, as you can tell, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's like a big thing. So like, I love comedy. I love jokes. I love, you know, just fucking have a good time, man. Shit.
I
Smoke some
totally,
weed. You know?
I totally get that. I just, you'll notice I don't joke a lot. I think a
Yeah.
lot, and I try to make it interesting, and I kind of work around that like lack of. I know that I come off funny, and I know how to play to that, and I
Yeah.
understand the
Yeah.
perceptions around me, but I also don't think that shit's funny. It just kind of works to a cause and effect relationship.
That's very important, though, to be able to do that. To be able to distinguish the time that, okay, you're like okay, I'm not a funny guy, but people do pick up on your comedy because because you may not see it, but you have a dry sense of humor.
I mean, I
You know
think
what I'm
so.
saying? Like, that's exactly it. You have a dry sense of humor. So something that might not be funny to the average person will actually make you laugh.
Yeah, big facts. People don't think. You know, it's also
You
that's what
have
I
a
said. Like,
dry sense of humor.
I'm British shit's
That's what that
dry as
means.
fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. It's dry like motherfucking the desert. You
I
know what I'm
love it
saying?
because it's like
But
you gotta like think about it.
that's embrace it. It's you.
Yeah, I know. I'm cool with it. I mean, it's working. It makes me do this
Yeah.
shit. I
You
mean,
made it. You make it work. That's the thing. You make it work. It's not working. You make it work.
I try a lot to pay attention. Like I watch the numbers now. I'm like, people are dipping away. Maybe I'm talking too much. Maybe I'm being boring. But then I also overthink that. I'm like, fuck that. This is still like half my show. Like,
Bro,
I actually have rules to this
we're
shit.
doing our thing.
Like,
We're doing our thing.
like we're about to hit, I don't know, almost 3 hours of us being live, which is dope. We're about 15 minutes away. So at this part of the show, I'm going, yo, if I'm not like actually going 50-50 with the mans, I'm not like holding my own on my brand representation, right? Like
Yeah,
the beginning part can
I
be
get
like
that.
heavily skewed
I
to
get
you.
that.
Like my girlfriend's like, you talk too much and you cut the. I'm like, yo, I kind of have to. Otherwise, what the fuck am I doing here, right?
It's a conversation.
Yeah, I
It
lie.
can't be.
The interview is
It's
the
not a
biggest lie of
monologue.
my life. It's a lie.
It's not a monologue.
It's not even really an interview. It's a conversation. I just call it an
Yeah,
interview because it's good marketing.
yeah. It's good to yeah. Or you could even the conversation with this guy, conversation with this, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think interview is a stronger keyword and concept seller because it is an
okay,
interview in the bigger sense. I am trying to capture your story. That's my
sort of,
mission.
yeah,
No, not sort
yeah,
of. We're gonna tie it back to it, but at a certain point we get distracted and tangential. Like we're paused at the part where the R&R and you're in that studio, etc. We've actually captured a lot of Metikulus' story tonight,
yeah,
but now we're
yeah.
also capturing Metikulous' ideas and shit. Yo, it's
There's
4
a whole
a.m.
lot more that leads into all of this right now.
Big facts. And shout out Golden Jenny, who said it's 4 a.m. in Norway, so I like you. It's fucking
Oh
dope
shit.
times.
Norway.
Yo, that's amazing, dog. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that we're like there yet, but we on the rise and shit, you know?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
doing it.
yeah.
And you're a huge part of that too to me. Like I said, people may not know locally what you do, but I see what you do.
Respect, man. Respect, man.
All
I
right.
have a lot of people. I have a lot of people that like do know what I do, and I appreciate each and every single one of them. You know,
Yeah,
and I make sure that they know that.
I tell people you're worth your prices, even if I'd never pay them.
True.
But I
True.
tell
No,
everyone that. I swear. It's not like some shit gassing you up. Like this guy, that's why I put with that premium blend in the video
yeah.
title of this shit. I called you a
Look,
mogul too. Cause like to me, you're like, that's what you is. Like, yo, if motherfuckers
yo,
come to you with what's proper, you can flip what's proper into bigger. Some people know how to
Yeah,
flip with small. Some people know how to flip with big. You need lanes for everything.
exactly, exactly. One of the things that like it's funny because a lot of people understand like how like some softwares work. Um, changing pitches, like as an engineer, right? Let's go back to the engineering hat.
Mm.
Uh, pitch correction.
Yeah, I like pitch.
Pitch correction.
Shut
This
up,
is
my
one thing.
engineer, for lying to my face for years.
This is one thing that is changed the game entirely. You need to make sure you have an engineer who can correct your pitches. Depending on autotune is not the only is not the only way. You know, there's a lot more to it. So that's the if you're trying to go the more natural route. If you want to go with that whole 100% like yo T-Pain your thing or like if you're trying to go that route, that's cool. But
Yo,
yo,
I cannot sing as good as I sound on my records.
well, yeah, that's the case with most people who see engineers who know what they're doing.
But
That's the
yeah,
key.
and I'm like,
That's the key.
and it was ironic, right? Because at one point I'm shitting on my man's like, never fucking use auto tune, but pitch correct me, please.
I have a lot of people that are like, yo, do both, you know? And I also know that there's a lot of people who don't know how to pitch correct. So like, I'm like, okay, that's a very fun thing to do, man. That's like the most fun part of engineering for me is literally pitch correction.
Yeah, I think it's dope. Like, here's the thing. My attitude towards what you do as an engineer has changed a lot in the last since I started this project for Real Rails, and I've talked to a few engineers, and I started seeing
Sure.
like the idea of a song because I feel like a lot of us as MCs have egos, and so like I'm Mr. One Take guy. Like I'm meaning I'll do like 70,000 one takes, and you know how much time I honestly wasted if I
Yeah,
really am being practical. Like if I'm really thinking about this shit, I could, dude, put out 2 songs a week if I just ever teach myself how to change how I record. Okay? Do you
yeah,
know that? You do know
yeah.
that because you
Oh,
know
for
that. You're
sure.
an engineer.
I'd be I'd be telling people this all the time. That, no, 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 bring me back. Like, but that was good. You just got to take off the end and
But you don't
you know.
understand. It's like in my heart and soul, I'm like, but bro, I got to be able to spit this shit at any time. And now I'm in my 30s, right? And I'm like, I don't remember half my songs, but the songs are still dope. I have to now still spend an hour and a half before I go perform anything, memorizing my own shit again.
You gotta learn your words.
So it was like all that ego. When I really started running numbers recently, I'm like, I don't even remember the songs now. I can barely
Yeah,
do half my catalog. And at one
yeah.
point, I could
That's
spit this whole
basically it.
thing verbatim. And I'm like,
That's
wow.
basically it.
But you
There
know,
is always a point in time when you could.
but then,
That's what makes it. That's what makes it so dope, man. That's what makes this process so amazing because you're building now.
mm,
So you have your foundation is your tape. Your foundation is your singles. All of
mm,
these little projects that's what you're building on.
but like, I
Eventually
guess
you're gonna be over here.
what I realized talking to engineers is time is money. And engineers do know
Yeah.
how to time manage better than I do. I'm actually a shit time management person. I always
Listen,
take on too much. It is what it is. Um,
I've learned how
but like
that's a process.
one of the things is getting over your ego. The truth is, I could probably record an album in a third of the time if I literally just keep shit that sounds good and just keep going from there. One change.
Bro, if everybody again, if you have a dope engineer, trust your engineer.
I do trust my engineer. He's
If you
fucking
have a
dope.
dope engineer, trust your engineer. If you don't have a dope engineer, find yourself a dope engineer.
Yeah, shout out all the
Find
dope
another artist
engineers.
that find artists that who have a sound that you actually enjoy. Yo, listen, don't be afraid. Let's talk about this for a minute, man. Let's
Let's
pause
do
the
it.
whole story for a minute.
No, this is the best part. We're in the 3 hour part. This is where we get into
Yeah.
this shit.
Let's do it like this. If you have other art, if this doesn't even have to relate to music, this relates to everything. If you have um different businesses and different people around you that are being really successful at what they're doing, talk to them, ask them, yo, is there any advice that you could tell me? Is there, yo, that's not a sign of weakness.
Nah, not at all.
That's not a sign of weakness. That's a, yo, if you have questions, ask them your questions. I tell people this all the time. If you feel say that there's something going on in your life and you don't know what's really happening, you don't know what to do. If you think it's something that you want to ask me, if it's not too personal, whatever the case is, ask me what's up. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you an unbiased motherfucking opinion.
No, but
You know
like it's even like it's all over the self-help books. It's in like the laws of power. It's all over everything, man. You just approach experts with a degree of humility, and because so many people approach experts so incorrectly all the time, that just a degree of humility is often enough. Like as an example, I approached a beat maker, and said, "Listen, I want to do a thing. Let me send you some cash for the beat." And the first thing he said is, "Fuck the cash, bro. I fucks with you. I'm going to do it." And then he told me after, "You got to understand, dude, nobody comes at me like that. So many people try to get free shit." I'm like, wow. So I ended up not having to pay, which is dope.
Because of that.
But like in my heart and soul, I was down. Like whatever, I just budgeted out what I could afford, and then if he wasn't whatever, I would have found the next guy. You know, like
yeah. Or whatever you do, you'd be like, okay, cool. I'll send you a deposit right now. You know, yo, I swear when people do this sort of stuff with me, I'm like, yo, shit, I'm putting you at the top of the motherfucking list right now. That's just, you know, put your money where your mouth is, and if you're asking something and you have money ready to go, that shows that you're dead ass about what you're asking for.
That's true. You know what was one of those
it's a way of business, and I've worked with so many different people.
Oh, shut up.
I've worked with so many different people where it's like, okay, yo, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and then I'll give you the money next week. It's like, what? Try doing that at Walmart. You know, it doesn't work that way.
Nah,
it doesn't work that way at all, man.
I mean, like, especially without, like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to, like, speak on names or stuff, but I've heard a lot of funny business over the years. And a lot of times it's miscommunication. And
that's why right now I'm the .com man. Everything's listed on my websites.
But I think a lot of people are getting more in that direction of life now to avoid miscommunications. Plus, it's a lot simpler. But a lot of things happen with miscommunications, but also a lot of people had this misconception about the idea of free and the value of free and et cetera.
Well, they have a misconception because they don't know exactly what they're getting.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what it is. You don't know what you're getting. If something says free, that's cool, but what exactly can you do? What exactly is free? Free beats online. If you go online and you go check, let's say BeatStars. Let's
do it. Do it.
If you go on BeatStars and you go online and you just go, okay, boom, I found a beat that's free. Let's rip it off of YouTube and let's do a song.
Yeah.
First things first. Do you know that as a producer, when we upload music to YouTube, when you upload music to the internet, they squash the quality of the music?
Yeah, I did know that.
They have a filter on there and it squashes the quality.
It does.
So if you're online grabbing beats from YouTube and saying you're putting out your tracks and your albums, oh, you know how bum-ass backwards that is?
Yeah.
You're going to a super quality studio. I have artists that do this up to this day. I'm not mentioning no names, but I have artists that come to see me and they're like, "Yo, my beats on YouTube," and I'm like, "Okay, so let's do this." So we do like they send me the beat, the song title, whatever. We do a search, and it's like, okay, so you have one or two options. You can do the regular, download the beat and just put it on your and do the song, or you can scroll down to the description and click on the link and go and get the higher version quality of the song. That's the whole point. Free or not, you're gonna probably have to give somebody your email address if it's free.
Yo, I
That's
didn't
it.
even know that. I never once thought to even look or think about that. I'm feeling stupid because I actually know the game you're describing really well, and I never once thought on a free beat that I could just go look at the link and I even knew about the fucking sound compression, and I never thought about the fact that like it is that significant. That's
Buddy,
big knowledge
you got
nuggets
to
right
think
now.
about it like this. Think about it. You're going to a studio recording your vocals at super high quality. You're paying top dollar to record your vocals. Your vocals come out sounding crisp, but your audio is shit to begin with.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Now, when we export an MP3, we're compressing the song. So while your vocals is catching a one compression, your instrumental is catching two.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, just so that everybody else knows what that means. Basically, every time you do anything when you convert a file, which, compressing a file is in a sense a conversion, it starts as one
Yep,
thing and it ends as a new thing. So I work in the PDF game, dog. I know all about conversioning.
exactly.
But
Right?
it's the same shit across the board, though. Every time that you create a new file from an old file, there's a fidelity loss. And yes, top end blah blah blahs will retain shit. But we're
Yep.
talking like you'll lose 5%. Now when we're talking about sound, that's 5% plus 5%. Now you've lost a 10% quality dip.
Let's take it a step further.
Do it.
You upload the song to Spotify.
Runs its fucking shit.
Now you
Bro,
lost a little bit of quality again.
that's true, eh? I've never done the blind sound test to see which of these platforms I actually like the sound of. I have no idea. I could not tell you. I heard Tidal's the best one.
Tidal is the best one, especially for what they pay artists. Spotify is the shittiest.
But Spotify is the volume, and that's the issue.
Spotify is your volume. Spotify is
So
just
you can
traffic.
like actually make more because of that on a Spotify. At a
You
macro.
can if you have the right marketing happening.
Yo, Scribble, this is how we do. When we get you on this fucking podcast, dog, it's going to be hours too. Because, there's so much to talk about. Right now, we're discussing Spotify and Tidal. Like, how could we not? It's just such
Tidal is key because first things first, you can't put a single on Tidal.
I had no idea. Wow.
You can't put a single on Tidal.
Huh.
Tidal?
Are my albums
That's
there?
album.
I guess my albums there are there.
That's why they pay so much.
Fucking nifty.
Why they pay so much.
So, okay. That's a fascinating point. So that's probably trash for like a whole lot of people. Like, a whole lot of people are not going to benefit from Tidal actually. But check
Not yet. But don't. Here's how you do. There's a game plan to it, right?
Well, hold up. I
Since
just
we're
want
in,
to respond to just before your game plan. Scribble says, and Scribble's dope. I'm totally happy with Spotify. I don't get to hate.
Sure.
And that's where I'm kind of like, here's the thing. Like, people act like, and I want to just chime in on that point a little bit before we talk about the game plan for Tidal. Don't worry, I'm not going to forget that. I'm interested. But, like, people forget that, like, Spotify is an end-user product first, and it's a dope end-user product.
Yes.
Like, I love using Spotify as a user.
I do, too.
I don't really care that much about the back end and the money at album sales and all that bullshit personally. But I can tell you one thing. I got a $50 USD fucking payout from DistroKid, and that didn't suck. I can listen to myself on Spotify, and I like that. Because honestly, I use Spotify, and that's really like what it is. Plus, Scribble said you discover so much on Spotify. Plus, I was able to verify that you were the beat maker of Viva's beats on 2 tracks because of Spotify credits, although one of them it was the cover art because you weren't in the credits. But that's not the point.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Is did you know that Spotify currently is lyric search? So if you upload your lyrics, so like I'm saying, like people want to hate about
we do the like when we upload music. This is exactly what we do. Is like I make sure that we have as much of the data as possible. Because remember back in the day when you would get an album, you would go to HMV,
Right.
go buy an album.
Yes.
You would
Yes, I
you
would.
buy the CD, you get the whole book.
Oh yeah.
You get the whole book. So now you get to go in there and search and be like, okay, some have lyrics, some have all of the most. Every single album at least has all the stats of who did what. That was the most important thing for me.
Yeah.
Make sure your motherfucking name is everywhere.
But that's it too. Like when I say like be on Spotify, I'm not saying don't be on Bandcamp and SoundCloud, because you know what?
Yeah.
You'll find my track "Lose Weight" on Reverb Nation. I uploaded it as a joke to myself. Why? Okay, because somebody put me on Reverb Nation, as in like motherfucker. I'm not gonna say whatever. It doesn't matter. Guy uploads and uses Reverb Nation, so I logged into Reverb Nation as a joke because I'm like, where the fuck is my ranking? Do you remember the rankings on Reverb Nation?
Yes.
I logged in, and this mother, we already talked about SoundClick Scribble. You missed that part. I'm kidding. So I log in, and then Reverb Nation puts me at number 3 or 4 in Montreal, and I really liked it because it put me above somebody else, and I thought it was funny, so I took that screenshot and posted it. I just enjoy that. But then I realized it was a marketing move on their end, so they track if you fresh log in, and they move you to the top of your city now, because there's nobody on this shit, right? Like, who the fuck's on Reverb Nation? And then you start getting the ads, and then your chart position starts falling, and they're like, pay me, 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 and we'll get you all the love and all the buzz and all the shit. And then you start seeing Reverb Nation ads with yourself on sites like Genius. Oh, it gets deep, dog. They're fucking good at this shit. And then you get offers to be the artist that other people see in that ad that appears on Genius, but just pay them $30 or whatever. And you're sitting there the whole time going, ain't nobody gonna fucking click back to that Reverb Nation shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Reverb Nation's there, but I figured, you know what? As a blind test, let's upload the track, because fuck it, it's already on shit that's free, and see what the fuck happens. Nothing. Nothing's what the fuck happened.
Stop this.
That's right. I put a song on Reverb Nation in 2020.
Wow. I didn't even know. Yo, you know MySpace right now is like a music search engine?
I did not.
I went to the website the other day just to see. And I saw my profile there sitting at the same studio that I told you about at 1180.
Amazing.
That's my profile picture.
Oh, I should start combing MySpace for some of this old shit.
No, there was no music there though.
Yeah, but still, like, imagine what's there. Imagine the pictures, the throwbacks, the Nardwar effect potential.
I don't know. My own only had the one profile pic. I literally did a search. I typed in, I said Metikulus. I looked at it, I was like, oh shit.
Yo, I wonder if I'm still there.
Crazy, bro. Brought back a lot of memories. I mean, the website looks entirely different. I don't see Tom anywhere.
That's fair.
I think Tom sold the website.
I think Tom did get it. I think I remember reading that. Yo, I have a question though. How do you game fucking title? I did say we go back to that.
Okay. So here is the gem. You take advantage of Spotify by dropping singles. Right? This is a singles time right now. People's attention span can barely even finish your full song. Don't give them anything more. Not yet. Wait. You gotta be now you gotta start running big things. Now you gotta put your big boy pants on. You gotta start running marketing schemes. Marketing. Now, a lot of people just got bite this year, the beginning of the year, because Spotify said all the songs that had a little bit of plays, and then boom, like that, they deleted the song.
Yeah, that happened. Oh boy, did that happen this year.
They deleted that song. They deleted the song off Spotify straight. Like they were like, oh, that's impossible. So those songs all started getting deleted.
Hold up, just so that you guys know, I follow this music analyst guy, and it's actually apparently against the end user license agreement of Spotify for artists for you to actually pay for a payment. You can pay for influencers to consider you, but you can't pay bots and playlists. That is an actual grounds to getting banned on Spotify. And you all might go, but that's not fair. No, dog, you actually agreed to this shit when you agreed to this shit.
I agree.
So like, it's the same thing with Facebook. If you
Facebook lost it in October, when we got that message on Facebook and everyone's like, yo, what the fuck? I was like, really like, why are you guys losing your shit? You clicked I agree. Build your own.com. Most people here don't even have their own website. So they don't even see the power of it.
Power of a website
They
is
don't
facts.
see the power. You see, look, Nipsey Hussle had it right when he was talking about ownership. But most people don't understand is that we're going into a digital age, right? We're in a digital age. How do you not have a website? How do you not have your own .com or your own .ca or your own anything?
I'm going to be real with you. The answer
how is yours only on Instagram?
Yeah, Instagram alone. You know what? I'll accept. So I have a Patreon. It's not necessarily my website, but I'm also going to, I really want to direct people 100% to my website or to places I can get money right now. And you may go, but Holden, you can do a lot with your website to make money with e-commerce, etc. And I would go, yes, Metikulus, but I'm still learning how to interview people and I can't focus on that right now. Therefore, I'm going to say like, yes, you could be like, dog, hit me up, whatever. That's a whole other conversation. But like, I see you getting ready. But like where I'm going with it is, Patreon to me is a viable, like, temporary, but I also have behindthatsuit.com. Don't get me wrong. We make sure to have the domain and we have the site and it just sits there and it's got like links to all my other shit as like whatever. So it's there.
As long as you have it there, that's the key.
So I don't want to like, but it was to answer your question. I loafed on that for so long, honestly, because YouTube, Patreon, etc. actually had dollars attached to it. Like, I mean, I got monetized on YouTube. I'm like, maybe I'll just push people to YouTube. And then that was stupid because YouTube is small money, is what I learned.
Exactly.
But Twitch is not shit money, actually. It's not great money, but it's not shit money. I was actually surprised at Twitch. I was like, oh, fuck me. You know what? Maybe pushing people to my Twitch and getting some followers there is even on the ads. The ads alone are like 3 to 4 times what YouTube does. And I'm like, whoa.
YouTube is not as powerful as people think.
It is if you are the right. So listen, I'm not an editor. I'm a raw motherfucker. I want to come and talk at you. It's always been my shit. And that shit doesn't work on YouTube. But that's what the Twitch crowd fucks with. So like, I was on the wrong platform. And sometimes I like push heavy on Twitch and people might think I don't like see the bigger picture, but it really is about context. So if you're a polished video maker, video essay, you're going to sit there and put all the clips in the right order to create the dramatic effect on how to keep a motherfucker's interest, whatever.
Yep.
Then go on YouTube because that shit, you actually will probably pwn that algorithm. Me, I got to be live on Twitch right now because it's the move. And then I take my shit and I put it on YouTube after. And that's where it stays. And then we got a clips channel now. So now we got
put pieces of it there.
No, I do the full video because Twitch only holds it for 60 days. It's not permanent. So this will be like edited. We're going to edit out the parts with the music. We're going to edit out the P break, and then like we put this on fucking YouTube after as a permanent. So I actually started releasing, even today, I put out a YouTube video for like a interview I did in like December because I'm starting to like catch up. I feel like a month after. But I want to be like a month or so, maybe 2 weeks. But like there should be a delay period when the clips come out where I'm not, because the Twitch, you can, in theory, and this is not like me pushing, in theory, motherfuckers can throw donations at any time on Twitch in a way that they cannot do on YouTube.
Exactly, makes sense.
Like, why am I going to really push people who might be highly invested in this content piece enough to maybe throw a 50 cents at me versus what, the ad? Where like you're not gonna make that 50 cents unless it's happened, and it does happen. If somebody buys the motherfucking thing off of your shit, you get like this random $1 spike. And you're like, nah, there's no way that happened. Like, what? That video got like 6 views. How the hell did it make $1? Oh, somebody actually bought this shit. Holy fuck. You know? Like, it happens.
Oh, we're going to get to, that's actually a really big thing.
What?
Boy Blue
Let's talk about that. That's Montreal history shit.
Okay. At the time, I was pissed at my bank. Let's go. Let's start the story there. I was pissed at my bank, so I switched banks. We'll call bank bank A, bank V, bank B. Second. Boom.
We're not that
So I
pissed at the
switched up to
bank.
bank B. Huh?
We're not that pissed at the bank.
No, I was pissed. So I dipped out. I was like, yo, I'm out. So I closed that account, and I have different things. So at the time, okay, here's another gem for people.
Drop it. Like
SoCan.ca.
Sorry?
Sign up.
Say that again?
SoCan.
Oh.
SoCan. SOCAN.ca.
/sign up.
Sign up.
Then download the
You guys
PDF.
all make music.
And then find
This
a
is
printer.
who pays you. This is who pays musicians.
It's true.
SoCan. Everybody should sign up. I don't know why everyone is like, I don't know. But anyways.
Because there's no printer. I can't find a
Huh?
printer. And it's COVID. And this is literally why I know. Because here's the thing I loved. So currently right now, what happened was I downloaded this PDF. And you have to go sign this motherfucker. And and basically I went ahead and just put it off until COVID kicked in. And then I started talking to people and they're like, SoCan. And I started thinking and I said, oh, wow, how did I never really get around to fucking doing this? And I didn't. And then I encountered this problem with printers. And I said to myself, I'll do it when I can print shit. And that's honestly where I'm at with it. Well, dude, it's not even legal to go to a fucking store right now. So, like, I'm not going to go print it right now.
I know.
And I haven't really been able to go anywhere with a print. I know this sounds stupid to y'all, but I take this COVID shit really seriously. And I think a lot of people have been stupidly liberal with their COVIDness. And it seems like, listen, I don't need the fucking $58 that I'd make, okay? Like, you can't. You need a physical fucking printer right now, okay? Like, I know it sounds stupid to people, but since, like, I went to the end of the week barbecue, and I know I was on footage there, and I got caught on footage in a crowd of people during COVID, and I thought about my ethics of being a role model person, and I said, fuck that. I'm going to be, like, a role model citizen about this COVID shit because the numbers are trash, and honestly, I didn't want what's happening today to happen. And then I said to myself, is going to print paper for this artist shit that I can easily do in March or April actually fucking worth it? No, but that's the thing, is people act like I'm losing out on money, but y'all don't know what my back end looks like, and I know exactly what the fuck my back end looks like, and I'm telling you that I make more money I would make more money in a lot of ways doing anything than actually going to deal with that right now. And DistroKid already hooked me up with a chunk. So, like, I'm like, okay, fine. Like, whatever, guys. For $60, like, I'm like, look, I'm sorry. I know that to some people that might come off callous in these times. But I didn't track all of my performances, so I'm not getting that fucking money. I didn't track anything for fucking... So, like, it's like, you're right. Moving forward, your boy's going to get propered. But guess what? I dropped 3 fucking albums, and I paid for that shit. So, like, I'm also going... Not real paid, but I've made money on that. So I'm going...
But the name of the game, brother...
I know.
Residual income.
I know it now. I'm just explaining because some people have had this conversation with me. Why, like, let's forgive people for not going to print shit in COVID. And then the second that is done,
and it's not you. It's not towards you. It's just overall. Overall.
You're right. And I'm saying that from a position of privilege where I also recognize, listen, I have not sold or pushed my music enough for it to be like a consideration, but most of these people have.
Yeah, but that's why. And
so I also, like, I'm saying that, like, do not listen to me as a role model here. I'm a fucking terrible role model. You see it? You guys see how Merker's blowing up the chat right now? You listen to these engineer guys, you know? Like, that's what's up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, peep game now. So, I registered. We did a song, Boy Blue and myself, Main Chick. That was produced by me, and he obviously did the song. I was not, remember, my bank account was registered to Bank A with SoCan, not to Bank B. So when I was pissed at Bank B, I went back to Bank A. When I turned on Bank A, I says to myself, okay, cool. Boom, I'm back. Everything's blessed. Okay, cool. Everything looks the same. Checking my papers. Okay, cool. Everything's the same. Cool. And then I'm like, oh, I've been releasing some songs. Let me go register everything on SoCan. So I go double check my SoCan. I was trying to get in. I had to change my password. Finally get in. Then I'm like, oh no, this was wrong order. As I turn my bank account on, 4 days later, I get $1,000 from SoCan. I said, what the fuck is this shit? Yo. And I didn't realize it was from SoCan at the time. So I just got $1,000 in my bank account when I woke up one day. I'm like, so I check my bank account, it's from SoCan. I'm like, from SoCan? Really? So now, go into SoCan, log in, try to do the password shift, then get in, boom, 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 change the password, got in. Check my account. Because Boy Blue, main chick, was on TV when Much Vibe was popping, that shit got plays like crazy. So then I realized that SoCan is a real deal.
Yeah. And that shit can happen. And honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. At a psychological level, I haven't pushed it because I haven't done SoCan yet. And I always put it off like some fucking ghost. And I don't know why it's scary. But like for me, it was a scary idea up until like I listened to it. And shout out Seeb Dread. He broke down SoCan to me. And then I started hearing about grants. And then I started hearing about all this shit that I'm sitting there. Yo, because I basically said to myself, fuck that. I'm going to go through corporate America and make my money out. Fuck everybody. Fuck all that shit. And so I did that. And then I realized that was maybe not necessary as much as like, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was worth it.
The moment that I'm kicking things down saying, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I ain't out here to try to learn French. Get out of here with all that shit. Like, I'm here to do this.
Merker,
you know,
who's saying main chick Boy Blue with Genius on the Hook, recorded by me. Montreal Classic. Shout out Gremlin for riding through with us still. Shout out Willie for showing up. Shout out Rico Blocks for still being there. Anyway.
Bro, all legends, bro. Merker is a fucking super G, bro. And you know the crazy thing is?
What?
I've never met the man.
Me neither. Well, I had a digital chat with him recently for the first time. But me and Merker, we're DM buddies. I would say we're DM buddies.
Nah, I've spoken to him a few times too. DMs all the way, man. I have a couple plans in my head that include this man. But the time will come.
I have a plan with him too that I don't know if we're actually going to follow up with, but I hope we do. But you know what? Sometimes you make plans in the heat of the moment at 2 a.m, and then you like, you know, go when the fuck are you ever gonna like have fucking time for that shit? So like, you know what it is. But yeah, he says I didn't produce it though, so I didn't get $1,000 from SoCan. With some teary faces, but that's fucking fire stills, dude. See, that's also part of why I didn't do it. Is like I knew that's not coming to me, dude. Like I know I'm gonna get a $60 check, maybe 50, maybe 100.
Buddy,
like,
I'm just showing you residual income rolls into something. The more you become, who you are.
Yeah, big facts.
More people are gonna check your music.
No.
And when more people check your music, that's more residuals,
and
more money.
But that's all part of my big plan too, right? Like, yo, listen, I realized something. I got almost 500,000 views on YouTube. It took me a lot of videos, way more videos than it's cool to admit, okay? Way more videos than it's cool to admit. But it's still 500,000 views is a crazy number to think about. We're just shy. We're about 20,000 views away. So I don't want to say it's there yet.
Crazy.
And it took over 4 years. Crazy. But like at a level of thinking about it, and I'm like, yo... And it did not do that much to my music conversion. I do think this project that I'm on currently with these interviews will actually maybe get more interest in my music. I'm not going to lie. I think it could happen.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm showing you is that futuristically, you got to be thinking about the future, not the now.
I'm totally.
You're thinking about the now with the $60.
No, see, I'm downplaying some shit here. No, for me, COVID's a printer thing. I'm okay with this, whatever. I'm gonna get the second I can get to a fucking printer clean, I'm gonna go register because it's fucking. Yeah. I have the PDF downloaded on my computer. I looked into it.
So you're already ready. You're already halfway there.
Yeah. I'm saying don't be like me though, but also don't judge motherfuckers for waiting for printer access because I'm not buying a printer for this shit. That would cut out.
Judge, my guy.
I'm saying buying a printer for this purpose would cut half my SoCan rewards, okay?
Stop this. You have to invest for SoCan now?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, but also at the same time, is it backlogged? Like, is it like you log in and it goes backlogged?
You have if you register a song, right?
Like you have an ISRC?
You have I think it's 6 months No, you have 1 year that they go back. They can potentially go back, but it's not a guarantee, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Nobody listened to my
Not
shit
a
until this
guarantee.
year. Yeah.
Yeah,
And even
but
then,
whatever. Once you register, at least you're registered, and then you
no,
got to
and
just make
I'm
sure you register every song.
because here's the
You got to
thing
at that point.
is once
That's
you
where it's important for you to know what's popping with your rights and your royalties as producers,
I
as writers,
you want to
as
break down
publishers.
you want to do like a 101 on royalties and publishing?
Okay, well, we'll break down what happens before publishing
Do it.
because most people here don't have a publish. I am a publisher now.
Yeah.
I am a publisher now. Like I built a publishing company last year when I realized how important it is.
All right, so let's
So
say that these are words that most people think they know what they mean, but probably don't. And I'm playing a little bit stupid in this conversation for the sake of making you talk.
okay, so boom, you make a song. You okay. Let's start off real simple. You make a song. You hit up Merker. You have a beat that you get from Merker.
Yeah.
Merker,
Which y'all should do,
he,
by the way.
huh?
I'm saying y'all should do that. Hit up Merker, buy a beat. And hit up you.
Yeah,
Hit up
yeah,
both of you
yeah,
and buy
man.
beats. I forgot you made beats in this moment. I was thinking of you as a publisher. My bad. Hit up everybody and buy
Well,
beats.
buddy, I play every role, but
I love
that's the
it.
thing, right? Okay,
Fine.
so boom, you cop a beat from Merker. Now you write a song, right? You go see Merker to record it, or you go to any studio. It doesn't matter which studio you go to record at that point because you go wherever you're comfortable.
Yeah.
Your engineer obviously is not eating anything. He's eating on the hourly rate that he's charging
Yeah.
for engineering, unless he has a different role that he also plays. If he's the engineer and producer, then it's like, but this is a case where Merker produced it. So boom, Merker now owns 50% of this song in regards to the royalties and the mechanics. He owns 50% of both because
You want mechanicals
uh
too? That I was unaware of.
no, he owns.
Okay.
Not necessarily okay,
Can you
because of the
license the
fact that
mechanicals?
mechanical starts dealing with the publishing issues, right?
Right.
So that's also a different case. That if you're not one who it's complicated. That's where it starts to get complicated, man, with the
Because I'm
mechanic.
like, because I know that, because from what I understood,
So
just like, because quickly there's like the songwriting element, which is what you're saying. Instantly,
yes,
50% goes to like whatever. From what I read, and I could be wrong, you can't sell that. That is always in case, in fact. And I don't know if I'm right about
that's
that.
yours. You can pass it on to your kid.
But you can't, if I'm not mistaken, even with licensing, like that royalty can't be sold. If I'm not, I could be wrong about that.
It can be, but that's heavily ill-advised.
Okay, right.
Heavily ill-advised.
And that's not
Nobody.
the mechanical one we're talking about. We're talking about the
No, no,
songwriting
no, no,
one.
no. This is just the songwriters app,
Right.
right? So when you have a publisher on board, that automatic. Okay, so before we get to the publisher part, 50% of the song is for the writer, 50% of the song is for the guy who made the beat, the
Yeah.
producer. So in this case, what SOCAN calls that is the composer.
Right.
Composer and author. So it's not even songwriter. Author of the words, composer of the music.
I like that.
So 50%, 50%. The ways that you can find different people through SOCAN to see if they're on SOCAN is if you have their first name, last name, and social insurance, or if you have what is called an IPI number. Now, IPI numbers are basically numbers that every single songwriter's they call them a PRO. That's for what is that? What is it? What is it?
I have no idea what a
I don't even
PRO
remember
is.
what it's called right now. What it stands for? But they're PROs. SOCAN is a PRO. ASCAP in the States is a PRO. BMI in the States is also a PRO. All three of them. So every single PRO company out there who deals with the royalties of the artist, every single artist has an IPI number, and every company uses these IPI numbers.
Mm.
So if I do a song with a dude in Alabama, no,
Yeah, I
let's say
did.
Atlanta, okay?
No,
Let's say
I swear,
Atlanta.
I did a whole album with a guy in Alabama with his beats. I swear.
So then, boom, there you go. So boom, you do a whole thing like I do it now. All he needs to give to you is his IPI number, and you can register the whole song, all the songs that you guys did together.
So what if I can't get that from him because he ghosted me, and I just have his name?
If you can't, you can't. That song is burnt.
Yeah,
The name of the game.
Is big.
The name of the game is for when you're buying the beat. Make sure you get that.
Hold up. So if you're saying when I'm buying
a beat,
when I'm buying a beat, I need to make sure. I'm actually gonna check this motherfucker. He sent me snail mail receipts. I swear to fucking God. I don't even have a digital way to contact him. I'm gonna see if he wrote that shit on there because I don't even know.
Well, that's a very important thing to get.
IPI number.
Very important.
So everybody needs to know that because I didn't know that.
Exactly. So if you go to meticulousbeats.com and you buy a beat on there, there's a contract that it comes with. My IPI number is listed.
Respect. Yo, this is big facts for everybody out there because, a lot of people try to talk about copyright, and I'm like, I know enough to know that. Do you know what you're talking about? And that, you know what I'm saying? So, like, PRO stands for Performance Rights Organization. That's from Mogul.
There you go.
That's what's up.
There you go.
That's big interesting. So, first of all, rappers, if you're watching this in the future, get that IPI number from producers. And then I suppose this works for features, too, I would imagine.
This is for Montreal. Montreal first needs to sign up to SOCAN.
Okay, like, let's say we're going to get on that issue together. I'm going to work with y'all on this project. I'm going to use myself as a foolish example, not a positive example. It's not, nobody should be like me in this, right? Because I'm a goofball. What y'all know is that there's, like, literal money attached to live performances, too. Okay?
Yes.
And this is when I slap myself
in the fucking face.
And anything I believe that's more than 15 minutes and $5. And you get $1 a minute. Or some shit like that. I don't know the details, but it's some crap like in that ballpark of stuff. And I did a lot of that. Believe it or not, once upon a time, shows used to actually cost enough money and give you long enough sets where that was a viable fucking option, okay? And there was a lot of shit I could have done. Like, I'm talking, I used to perform a lot. Y'all don't know that because the scene is what it is today. But from 2012 to 2016, I banged out a fuck ton of performances that I could have actually made a little bit of money on. I didn't track any of it. So then I slapped myself in the face in that moment when I said, oh, my God, because I can't get that now. That's why I'm not in a rush. But that was money I literally pissed a fucking way.
Yep. But that's what everyone's doing with their royalties because they don't understand the power of it.
You're also getting on TV, right? Like, y'all think, like, that's not possible. But I don't know if y'all know Meyer Clarity. But Meyer Clarity got a track in fucking Kim's Convenience or whatever that fucking show is on Netflix. He's got a song in there. Because he's fucking signed up proper.
Song licensing. that's licensing things.
Yeah, I don't know
what
a lot
that
about
is.
Like,
they synchronize a lot of. Dog. Okay, there are companies that are out now that you basically can sign up to, and you can submit your music, and if they approve of that, you can start to get paid. The smallest amount that I've seen was $2,500.
Motherfuck, eh?
The largest amount that I personally have seen is $50,000.
Yo, Metikulus, you make
to synchronize the song. Yeah, bro. I have a lot of shit that's rambling through my head, bro.
This is great though, because it's all over. It's scattered. We're fucking deep in the interview now. Motherfuckers can't expect no perfection from us. We grinded it a lot out of this, but you're also dropping a lot of nuggets that motherfuckers can Google after. Like, anybody can listen to this and go, syncs. What the fuck is a syncs? And thankful Rico Blocks put that in the chat. It's still on the fucking screen in the video. And then PRO's right there. SOCAN right there. All of that's right there on the chat in the video right now, giving people some Googleables after the fact. So don't worry about being scattered.
Googleables. Yo, you killed me with that. Yo, the Merker video had me, because then I seen Natasha's comments with the Googleables.
No, but like, you gotta check it. It's big facts. Like, yo, I actually know a little bit about copyright.
The name of the game, you need to be able to check multiple sources and get the same answers.
So, like, I realized when you upload the DistroKid, there's percentage split payout shits. And again, I said
that's what the mechanicals are. So the person who pays for the studio session gets those.
The
one who owns.
So, yo, DistroKid is just mechanicals?
Yes.
So I don't have to be paying these motherfuckers?
You don't have to. You're not supposed to.
Oh
You pay
my
for your speaker
fucking
sessions.
gosh.
They're
This
yours.
is big facts that I didn't even realize. So DistroKid
That's
is just
yours.
Mechanicals. So let's explain Mechanicals to
SoCan.
people.
SoCan is the royalties.
Holy shit. Okay, so I totally do have an neck because, yo, you got to understand songwriting credits. You feature a motherfucker, aight? 50%,
Mm-hmm.
50%. So one
Mm-hmm.
time, I put my mans on an ad lib, and I had a girl
Okay.
on the hook. My man's
Okay.
ad lib is an equal 33% split according to songwriting. This I'm sure of. Every
No.
No, it's not. It's not an equal.
No. It's how much did he write? How much is he involved in the song?
Okay, so I don't
That's
have to
what it
stress
is.
that much. But still, every time you add somebody to your track, you're cutting away at that songwriting
You're
and a
cutting.
split.
That's why like as a producer, I always eat because I'm the only one who made the beat.
So SoCan is the songwriting, and DistroKid is straight Mechanicals. This is very good to know. And
Yeah,
Mechanicals, you can make whatever arrangements you want with people, but people need to know that's two separate copyrights.
that's two entirely different things.
So
That's where most
technically,
people.
I
That's where
have
most people end up slipping.
I have an ISRC, right? Because of fucking whatever. SoCan in theory has been tracking that shit in the back end, even if I haven't registered, right?
Yes,
So if I
yes.
register, then they're gonna know
Well, you
everything.
registered the song with SoCan.
Well, no, I did it
You need
through
to.
DistroKid and TuneCore,
No, they
which
don't track. They don't track. Okay, so they don't track that.
okay. So in theory, there's a bunch of. And again, to me, these numbers are very small, so I'm not that interested in doing it. But if you're sitting on 100,000 views, your reality might be a little bit different than me. So in theory, you
Yeah,
have
if
a
you're
hundred.
if you're sitting on 100,000 views, yo, you're fucking loafing because you earned a lot of money that you can no longer collect. You've earned expired dollars.
So that's crazy that there's this timestamp on it. So I see what you're saying about motherfuckers need to get on SoCan then, and that's
That's why I keep that's bro. Since I came back from Toronto, I've been preaching this, but I've been with SoCan since 2005.
big respect. And I know a lot of y'all watching may be on SoCan, and sometimes it feels like preaching in a choir. But again, I'm personally foolish in that regard because I was too distracted
But
and
you
too
did.
caught up.
People don't understand. If they don't understand, they're I'm the crazy one right now saying that the sky is falling right now.
Nah,
But
but like,
this is how the world eats is through royalties. Like people want to stop. It's so crazy because people want to stop working their regular jobs. They want to do this music shit full time. I've been doing this music shit full time for the past 5 years now.
I mean, let's just add a little caveat to that idea, my guy. Like, people comment sometimes on my ability on the camera, but I also put in like 4 years of shit. Okay, like some really
Yeah,
bad crap. You put in a lifetime of shit to be able to eat the way you're eating off of it now. Sometimes people might have to like pace themselves a little bit, is what I'm trying to say.
buddy. With all of the years of music that I've been doing since I was 3 years old, I believe that this is. I've always believed that this is where I was supposed to be.
Love it.
It's
And I'm not trying to be a
yeah,
negative Nilly. I'm just saying, I think part of like part of the reason I'm here is because I never quit my job,
yeah,
and I don't
straight.
I don't know that like with my trajectory, SoCan would have been the deal maker. You're right, it might have made a difference, and yes, everyone we can agree this is how we fucking do that shit. And then, as Merker is saying in the chats, if you're in SoCan, you can get your song on TV, and then you can eat. And maybe that could have happened to me, and I'm a fucking fool. You know,
That's all.
the more I have this chat
That's
with
all
people, the more I'm
possible.
sitting there going all these what ifs, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to indulge that shit. I learned a lot of corporate
Yeah,
shit.
but the
That's
thing
useful.
is that you need to push it to. It's the hunger.
Talk about that.
It's the hunger. It's the okay. When I release a song, well now because I'm releasing the songs. Okay, so I moved to Toronto and I was out there for about 3.5 years and I met a lot of people. Remember I was talking to you earlier about an army that I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to run.
Yep.
I'm there now. I have an army.
Nice.
They're all in Toronto. So Feed the Circle is my army. That it's not even to say my army. This is my family that we all do music together. When I was down there, we all ended up bucking together. So the people involved that are there right now, everything starts with Philly because he's been ready from time.
Mm.
That's why videos have been falling and falling and falling. And I've been pushing and pushing. This is my label. My label is Win-Win Situation Music Group. Here in Montreal, Viva La Blue is the artist that I'm really pushing behind right now. I record all her music, I mix and master all her music, and so far I produced everything that she's released.
Shout out Viva La Blue.
Yeah, that's my sister. I've known her for 27 years now.
So straight up, she came here one time to do an interview, and we talked for 3 hours and forgot to do the interview.
That sounds like Viva.
No, but like for context, we used to work together in corporate America. I don't know if I said that before. I might have, but because of that, it was like we were just so catching up mode. Because like I remember her. Fun fact: I approached her to do a song once, and she wasn't necessarily there in her life, and she could sing like a motherfucker, and I'm like, yo, your voice is gorgeous. Yo, any fucking time of the day, you know. To this day, I'd fucking do a song with her. Because she's got such a beautiful fucking voice to me. And I like her music. Bro. We were bumping it a little bit on the pre-stream, and it sounds great what you all did.
Thanks, man.
Yo, she's fucking interesting.
It's fun working
too.
with her. Sessions are just, because we've known each other for so long, it's just like, it's a dope relationship, a dope chemistry. She's Timberland and Missy.
She definitely speaks the same way about you, so it's mutual.
Yeah, man. That's my sister right there, man. And so she's the artist that I rate, and I'm really behind and pushing right now. She's like actually the VP to my entire my whole organization. Like, she's the VP. And so in Toronto, it's Feed the Circle. So Philly, he's the first one who we're pushing right now. He's hungry. He's ferocious. He devours microphones. That's just, he's energy, you know? Now we have up this Sinister Binky. He's the next one that we're going to be flinging out the pot, you know? He's a wordsmith, you know? He's a wordsmith. That's definitely him. He's mechanical with it when he spits. Next up after that is we got Tommy Guns. And he's just if we're gonna describe these guys like Guns, he'd be the shotgun. You know? He's like, you never know what he's gonna do. So you never know what type of shot he's coming out. You know? And our other boy, Head Top, he's formerly known as Dirty, but now he goes by Head Top. And he's just a lyrical beast too. So they're all, you know, savage. And then we just actually put Adam Walsh. We just brought him on board too. And he's another beast. He actually lives out in Barrie with Tommy Guns. So we have a little army, and that's just on the MCs. And I have, who else now? Let's go on to the producers. I have my boy Dolo Cruz. When I was down there living in Toronto, I was actually living at his house at one point over by on Islington. And so we really connected. He had a whole studio in his basement.
Oh, I know what that is.
That's where I learned how to play on the machine, actually. It was through him and Daz. Daz, the beat junkie. All of these two, they were bedrooms for a very long time. And so we went to their house one day, me and my bedroom that I was living with at the time, Mark Jordan. He's the one who started this whole thing, actually. You know, so we basically I had work one day, so he went to Dolo's house and he met them and he put in some work, and he was like, yo, these guys have it. They have it. They're the ones. And I'm like, word? Okay, so when I have my next day off, I'm coming with you. We're going. So we go to their house the next time, and I see for the first time the Native Instruments machine. Now, I lose my shit because I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? Because remember, all the lights. I like light shows, right? So the machine is literally like an MPC, but it connects to your computer and it has its own software.
What the fuck is an MPC?
Oh no.
I know a non-playable character in a video game, like the guy that you talk to,
Oh,
and gives you some dialogue options.
oh no, an NPC.
I mean, I might know what
Oh,
it is, but off the top,
that's
may
a
not.
beat making machine. That's where hip hop came from.
Yeah, shout out Lemeth. Oh man, yeah, okay.
Yo, go on, go on Google, bro. Do the screen show, bro. Show this. Whoa,
Okay, NPC what?
yo,
Like beat making? Like what's
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. NPC. Can type in NPC 2000.
Okay, NPC 2000. Y'all might not know, but I don't know shit. That's part of why I'm bridging the gap. I'm okay not knowing shit. So it's
Uh,
drum pads. It's what it is.
okay, but I don't know about all that. But it's a beat making machine. If you saw that, then I guess you saw what you got to see.
No, we found it at the top. It's cool. We got it.
This guy. Yeah, man. So it's basically that, but it connects to a computer because the NPCs were standalones.
Okay.
You could literally bring an NPC anywhere and make a beat anywhere if you had headphones and a power source. Yeah. That's how those worked, bro. So basically, I saw the machine and I said, whoa, what is this? They're like, this is how you make beats. And at the time, I had graduated. Well, not graduated. I'd switched from Fruity Loops to Reason. And I was making beats on Reason while everyone else was doing the Fruity Loops play because I came from an engineering background. And so I could go press tab on the keyboard and turn all the machines around and then start playing with the wires and start routing shit. That was what I was doing in Reason. So I loved it better. I was like, yo, and I could make beats and then I could connect shit and do what I want. And I was like, oh, this is the way. But then when I went to Toronto, they were showing me that was not the way, and this is the way. And I was like, okay. So I jump on Kijiji and I buy one, $250, because in stores it's like $8.
Yeah, I like KGG.
Yeah, man. So I bought one. I didn't have the license, so I tossed my computer to Daz, and he, worked magic. And then he gave me back the computer, and I had the things. So I learned how it all worked, and Daz and Dolo, they showed me what's up. And before all of it, oh man, I forgot Abstract. Okay. Abstract was actually my brother's best friend. And we went to church way back in the day too. And so what happened is he had moved to Toronto. And I haven't spoke to him since. And again, he was more like my brother's best friend. I knew of him. We were cool. Didn't know no issues or nothing. And so one day on SoundCloud, random as hell, I got a message from a dude who's like, yo, what's going on, man? I just recently started making some beats. I'd appreciate it if you check it out. I'm like, all right, cool. Send me the link. Send me what's up. Well, what do you got to show me, man? I clicked on his profile. I see. He's like, yeah, just check any of those beats out. And so I checked the first one out, and I was like, oh, this is nice, man. This is real nice. This is cool. I rate this, yeah. And so, I don't know, maybe half an hour later, I got a message on my Facebook from my boy, and he's like, yo, so you like that beat, eh? And I was like, huh? And he goes, yeah, that beat on SoundCloud. And I go, oh, that's you? And he goes, yeah, man. He goes, LOL, that's me. And I'm like, oh, shit, bro. When did you start making beats, bro? Because everyone at that point, everyone knows that I do music. So I'm like, when did you even start doing this, bro? So he's like, yeah, I started making beats just slowly and surely. I'm like, yo, where are you living? He goes, oh, I'm in Richmond Hill.
That's in
Yo, I'm
Toronto,
coming down to
right?
see you. I'm coming to see you. I'm coming to your house. So this was back when I was still living here in Montreal. And so I went to Richmond Hill. I literally went on a motherfucking, on a mega bus and I went to Richmond Hill. And I seen him and chilled with him, and I ended up staying with him that weekend. And he showed me more of his music, and I was like, oh, this is wavy. And at this point, I had just started talking to like Mark Jordan at the time. So at that point, I was starting to go down to Toronto and visit. And at one point, I was going to Toronto every other weekend, man.
That seems like a lot of legwork. How'd you get? Were you driving?
Bro, nah, Megabus. Yo, bro, down there they call me Megabus Matic. Straight Megabus Matic on his
I like
LPL
Megabus,
shit.
but I made a mistake. Can we just talk about
What?
Megabus? So I saw there were backward seats in the front of the bus, and I said to myself, I want to sit in the backward seats in the front of the bus. So I booked those motherfuckers thinking they would be the nice. No, those are the worst fucking seats. Like your bag doesn't even fucking fit because of the table and the way terrible fucking seats. They're the worst seats on the bus. Don't be like me.
If you're a big dude,
Bonnie was not happy with me because I booked these tickets before her, and then she was stuck on this. I had to listen to that for like, because it was both ways, right? I fucked up.
Yeah, man. Toronto called me Megabus Matic, bro. I was down there every other weekend. That's like literally. Like I was here, then I would dip out, come back, meet more people when I was down there, come back out here. Boom. Then I literally was just like, go down, meet people, go down, meet people, go down, meet. And it was actually really cool because I met a lot of artists. Yo, fam, your network is your net worth. So I met everybody.
I believe in that. That's why I'm here talking to people like you.
But that's what it was, and that's what was in my head the whole time. Network. I know maybe 5 people. But then I ended up meeting so much other people, and then the people that I met ended up meeting more people. So then I just happened to be there when they all met. So
it is that. It's a snowball.
Yeah. So now I know like a lot of the underground scene in Toronto. When I had finally decided, I remember, I went on a whim. I was like, I'm tired of Montreal. And I called Mark Jordan and I said, fam, I'm tired because, you understand. I remember I'm the all English guy trying to find a job here at the time.
Oh, shit. Tell the people about that because not everybody's going to be from Montreal.
All right. If you don't speak French, you're getting jobs that are the equivalency of cockroaches in a building.
C'est in big facts.
That's it. You need to speak French in order for them to respect you. You need to.
No, man, I'll be real with him. Just like I have a decent corporate job. There is a VP at my company, and he honestly will ignore me unless I start in French. I don't even have to do 2 sentences. I just have to be like, salut, comment ça va? Okay, j'ai un problème avec... and then I switch to English, and that's enough.
Yeah.
But like, if you don't even put that level of effort in, you fail office politics here, and it's really hard.
Bro, there are times where like I go to like the Dep, like the corner store, whatever, and I'm like, yo, what's going on? They're like, oui, bonjour. I'm like, hi. They're like, oui.
Bonjour, ho.
I'm like, no, they don't. This is before all of that.
I know. I just had to throw it out there. That's a real
Nah,
thing.
man, I'm not even bothering with that shit. That shit is so whack. Yo, I have a friend that actually Facebook gave her like she couldn't post for a week because she said bonjour ho.
I remember that. I have the same friend.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. I co-sign.
Like, I was like, damn, this is a Quebec thing and the world is shutting that down. Like, good job, Quebec.
It was such a goofy moment in history. We've had a lot of goofy moments related to regular politics.
And it really was trending. I had to check.
I have to be on Twitter every day, man.
That shit was trending. So I'm like, okay,
I get
that shit was
nervous when I
like,
see Quebec shit trending, man. We don't often trend for good things. We trend for
oh, we
goofy
never
shit.
trend for good things. It's for something dumb every fucking time. Yo. So yeah, I go to stores. They're like, "Oui, bonjour." I'm like, "Hi." They're like, "Oui." I'm like, "Bye."
But it's like, okay, like, I don't really have that problem because of where I live. Like, let's be real. The stores in NDG are really not, like, trying to fuck with
Yeah.
it. They're like,
In the
oh,
West, I have no problem.
you're like,
This
yo, you have
specific
money?
store happened downtown one day.
Mm. I've had some
This
issues
happened
though. Yo,
downtown.
but yo, check it. Just to like double down on that idea. So I work in Ville Saint Laurent back in the day of day jobs.
Go
back when
Saint
we
Laurent.
went,
Okay. Yeah.
back when we went to offices. So I'm right by the Gouzo. So if y'all know Ville Saint Laurent, that's the Gouzo. There's a hotel by there, and there's a strip mall,
Yeah.
and there's a fucking Subway. That's my shit.
Yeah.
I go there for Subway lunch because let's be real, a sandwich and a soup, delightful. Then you can get cherry Pepsi. That's what it is. So I'm in there one day and I'm doing my thing, and I'm looking up there, and then these person's trying to order their sandwich in English, and a lady literally is like, "On it to Quebec," and I'm like, "This is like straight out of a YouTube video," and I didn't film it and I didn't intervene, and I'm like, I just kind of let it happen because, like, you know, everyone acts like they know what to do and shit like that happens, but you know what you do? You kind of freeze up and watch it happen. That's what most people
Mm.
actually fucking do. I'm sorry. That's what I did.
Sure.
After the fact,
That
I was
happened to
like,
me.
I'm gonna be a fucking hero. I should have been a fucking hero. And there's a lot of I shoulda, wouldas. But in the moment, I watched this woman berate this tourist. And then you're thinking
Yeah.
about it, right? This is a person who's bringing money into our fucking economy. Going to this Ville
Yep.
Saint Laurent subway. Listen, ain't nobody fucking going to this fucking subway except for tourists and colleagues. You know, like it's a corporate
Straight if you
area.
work there.
So, like, there's nobody there with no food. You know, like, that shit's dead now. There's no way that Subway stayed alive. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's
Unless
crazy.
delivery was popping. Maybe actually Uber Eats could have saved that Subway. Actually, now that I think about it, Uber Eats probably saved that Subway.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it right now. I'm like, they are still there though, bro.
Yeah, no, Uber.
I pass that all the time.
So I guess what I was going with is there is this legitimate attitude, and I witnessed it firsthand in like 2019
Yo,
at a Subway
I
next to it.
brought Toronto mans here and witnessed it in the
Yo.
metro when we went to the radio station to see Widget on CKUT.
And shout out
to Widget.
Widget. He was on your album. We were bumping to Widget
Yes,
earlier.
sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Like, I brought. Okay, so boom. That's that. Okay, so boom. That's very same song. Was Mark Jordan and Widget on that song?
Yeah.
We came to play that song on the radio. So I brought the whole squad down to Montreal, and we took over the radio station one day. And
Like CKUT.
yeah, we took over the radio station one day with Widget and Pro V. Shout out to Pro V. Shout out to Tokyo Kid. You know, and we played that track and shit. So when we were leaving downtown, we walked down the Super Hill to the metro. And
That's right. It's right on the hill.
so we walked down the hill, and I have a bus pass. All of these guys, Dolo and Daz, they get a 3-day pass, but they already had it already, so they were good. Dirty, LIP, these guys, everybody was down. So Mark Jordan, he's next in line to see this French lady in the kiosk. Yo, the French man in front got into a big argument with the gal.
Man.
I don't even know. The whole thing was all French, you know what I'm saying? Blah 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 blah. Let's keep talking on that. Blah 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 blah. Yo, tell me how Marky hops up next. He goes, "Hey, how you doing?" Oh, puts the sign in front of his face that she's going on break. I'm like, oh, and I already passed my card, so I'm like, what the hell? And so now I'm walking up back there. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's go to the machine. Let's just do it at the machine, bro. She's wilding. He's like, yo, what the fuck? So we do the machine thing. He passes his ticket through. He comes through. She takes the sign off.
Bruh.
Bro. I said, welcome to Montreal, gentlemen. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, shit.
Look, I don't want to like just make it sound like Quebec's awful because I love Quebec and I wouldn't be anywhere else in the
Oh,
world.
no, I'm just showing the realness, though.
But that is a real thing. That's some real shit that does happen here, and it's not everyone. In fact, I want to give a lot of love to the youth. I don't really think it's a lot of the
It
youth
is
doing that.
the older heads.
That's
It
why I
is the
just want to
older
be
heads.
fair with it. I'd say most of the young people's is pretty bilingual with it, and they fucking rock out in a
Yeah,
way that I'm jealous of. So just to give all loves, but to deny that that's not a thing that I think most of us have witnessed, to be like, yeah, it's true. We've all seen that shit
bro.
happen.
It's bro. So that's why I got pissed off. There's a lot of different things that happened in my life that had me to the point where I'm like, you know what? Fuck this place. I'm out. And I left.
Mm,
I called Marky. I was like, yo, I need to come and crash on your couch, bro. And so went to Toronto.
mm.
Ended up bringing everything down there and ended up staying in his living room for like 9 months. You know, paid him rent. Fucking, we lived down the street from a Rabba, the Rabba, the corner store. And so this was in Mississauga. And this was the beginning of the mango nectars.
All right. I think we're gonna get to a point where like, as much as I want to keep talking forever and ever and ever, it's now
What
11.
time is it?
It's 11 p.m. You've done the 4 hours.
Oh, shit.
You beat Merker. You're not gonna break my record tonight because my belly's not gonna allow you. I'm sorry. This is where my
What's
hunger
your
is.
record?
4 hours and 25 minutes after editing. So after editing
You
is
know what the
key.
crazy thing is? You know what the crazy thing is? We stopped at 25.
Yeah, man. I mean, but we're at about like, cause whatever the session is isn't real. So it's like I don't know. It's gonna be like possibly about 4 hours and change when we're done. So you beat
Yeah.
Merker, and that was important to me to give you
Okay,
that
so listen,
opportunity.
let's fast forward to COVID.
Mm. All right, let's do that in
Let's,
like a wrap up kind of way.
yeah. We'll do this quick, fast. So basically, COVID happened. I was working at the studio,
Hold up. We're also
and
gonna do a part two, right?
huh?
We're gonna do a part two.
Oh, I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready. I'm ready. We'll do that like whenever,
All right.
April.
We can book that shit in.
Okay, so boom, COVID happens right as we're doing renovations at the studio. Then the lockdown kicks off, so we can't. They close the studio. The studio's closed. They close the border. All of the equipment that we're supposed to be getting is stuck at the border. Everything's fucked. So I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do right now? Obviously, music slowed the fuck down. People weren't buying beats. Everything slowed the fuck down. So I'm like, fuck. I need to learn something that's gonna be fucking active forever. So I did I was on Instagram and the boy Kato on the track, the producer from BeatStars, he was popping up,
Yo, I know
saying
that
like,
one.
yo,
Kato.
yeah, Kato on the track. He did a webinar. And I was literally sitting there debating on if I'm gonna do it one day, right? Because that shit was like fucking $100 American. And this is like when COVID happened, so like $100 American is fucking that's dollars, bro. So I'm like, yo, do I do it? Do I not? Do I do it? Do I not? I end up doing it, and it was one of the best things that happened for me because now I do it in a way where he's gonna review my beats. So he reviews so there's a lot of people who do the music shit and they played their beats and he's like, oh, you got work to do. Oh, you got to spend more time on it. You could tell he's being real nice on telling them that they're shit. And he hits mine and he's like, oh shit. So he listens to it's 5 minutes. So in the 5 minutes, I play 5 beats, 1 minute each beat. And he and the other guys that are listening to it, yo, which one's your favorite? Yo, I like this one. Like you could see the excitement. So I was like, word. So he then was like, yo, you need to now take your beats and find a group or find an artist and stick with the artist and really grow it. And that's when I'm like, okay. So that's when I hit back up the man in Toronto. I'm like, yo, Let's do our thing, bro. Let's do it on our own beats and let's call it a day. Stop using these internet beats. Let's do it on our own. And that was the beginning of the end. So now, while on the Cato call, while Cato's on a break, he gets a team who does marketing. This team, I was like, yo, that was a steal. So that was my next bread and butter, was digital marketing.
Love it.
I learned that shit like crazy. Using Facebook ads, I can direct traffic like crazy to music videos, to websites. To the biggest key is to have a website, though. You need to have a website for this to work properly. You know? So these are all different things that I learned how to do now. And I'm just like, okay. And through the marketing, that's what made me realize, let me take the name Metikulus and let me turn it into a brand. But I've been doing branding my entire life without realizing it. Like for example, in Toronto, I was always wearing like different Expos hats, right?
Right.
So what I did was I put my M on the hats. So I have, for example, I had different hats, different colors. You know, black Expos hat with the M, everything.
You know what's crazy? Love him or hate him, but Makeway is really good at branding.
Bro,
And
branding is key for anybody's shit.
Something he did with his live shows, and you can watch it to this day, is he bought a golden cap for the fucking Shure mic that everybody uses at live shows. So he actually swaps the fucking cap and puts this little gold shit on like that, and it's a little move that he does at every show. So he's always got a golden microphone, no matter where the fuck he performs. That's on the interview, so I know I can talk about it.
That's pretty sick.
So yeah, I looked it up. I wanted a red one. They're like $50. I'm like, I don't want a red one that badly.
You looked it up.
No, man. All I do here is steal ideas from smart people. That's all I do.
And then grow.
That's all Joe Rogan did.
That's how you grow. That's how you grow. People have to, you know what I'm saying? There's got to be a knowledge spill somewhere.
But it's more like, I read a lot of books. Like that I can brag about a little bit. I read a lot of fucking books. And all the books said the same shit.
Not as much as experience.
No. But all the books say the same shit. Books make you knowledgeable. Books make you so that guys like you want to talk to people. To be fair, it's I like the Montreal. I actually want to hit up fucking Antonia and get her to fucking do a Montreal's Finest collab hat with me. That'd be fire. Because Montreal's Finest is this shit. Now I'm stuck with this. Like, how can I not do an interview with Montreal's Finest hat on? You know what it is?
Bro, that's why when I was in Toronto, I have like 20 hats. They all Expos hats, and they all have my M on it. Branding is key.
Big facts.
Branding is key. So now I took my name and I said to myself, let me turn this into a brand. So I said, okay, Metikulus Beats, because my old site was titanmatic.com. I still have that, but I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with that. So MeticulousBeats.com. I do mixing, so MeticulousMixing.com. I have marketing, so now MeticulousMarketing.com. I have 17 websites right now.
I know, man. I looked at them. I was telling people, Metikulus this, Metikulus that, think of it. And here's the thing about Metikulus, is he's not done. He's just going to keep doing it. This guy, a lot of those guys that talk to you in front of YouTube ads telling you that they're going to make all the money? Well, Metikulus is actually those guys.
I understand the internet now.
And you know what the thing is all that. What I love about Metikulus is you just learn shit on the fly. All I have to say, the quick version is,
learn it on the fly and then apply.
Anything done in this city, this is where I think he was going with it. I'll hype him up. If you need anything done in this city, the guy's legitimate. I can co-sign the fact that he understands this game really well, and this is like a game I understand pretty well. I play stupid on my interviews on purpose, but trust, Metikulus knows his shit. His numbers are legitimate. His beats are fire. You can get all this shit. Everything's cleanly in your face. Maybe aesthetically, the graphic design's not there, but let's be real. Who the fuck cares? The information is there. Metikulus this, Metikulus that. And hit him up, and I love the way he thinks. But what I can tell you is everybody I know who knows you has good things to say about you. I think that's even more important than all the other shit. But
relationships. That's key.
So basically, if you need to optimize your shit, or you need beats, or you need mixing, or you need this, or you need that, holla at Metikulus, because as you can tell, he's got a Rolodex of fucking gold, and he knows a person even if he doesn't have the thing. All right, not to say that I don't want you to keep talking, but my tummy is like, fuck you.
Round two is later.
That's
Yo,
when we go
website,
into
metikulus.ca or meticulousmediaentertainment.com.
Awesome. And for everybody in the future watching this, all that shit will, in fact, be linked below. So I'm going to do my outro bit. And for all of y'all on the stream, don't dip just yet. We're going to do a fucking raid. We're going to raid DJ Bobby Payne and give some love to him. He's a fucking talented
DJ Bobby Payne, shout outs. He's playing Viva's tracks too. Yes, brother.
So we're about to go over there right now. And then at the very least, refresh your page and hit the follow button. You know what I'm saying? That's what you can do to show some love up on this platform.
True.
On that note, thank y'all for watching, everybody. I appreciate it for real reals. For all y'all who stuck around for all this time, I know it was an insane amount of time, and I appreciate every single fucking one of you for real reals. Thank you for being here, Metikulus. It was great. I really appreciated it.
Thanks for having me, man.
I mean, we had some chit chats beforehand. I knew what the fuck I was getting into. I thought it was going to be a good time. It was totally a good time. Shout out Ismail for being here still with us. It was another great discussion. I like how it transitions from the story into the real reels. You know, it's a little deliberate. It is what it is. But
there's tons, man. We're going to have tons of conversations on round 2, bro.
That's what I'm saying. But thank y'all for being here, though, because that's what's most important. And thank you in the future, people watching this, because you guys watching this in the future is also dope. But, yo, before we get done, yo, if you like it, comment, blah, 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 follow, subscribes, whatever. Special thanks to the patrons, Ismail Gadamsi, Chris Prado, Jonathan Burns, DJ Black Hurricane, Linda Williams, and Scribble. They're dope. They support what we do. If you support what we do and you're on Twitch, you can hit that little subscribe button. Otherwise, you can hit us up at patreon.com/behindthatsuit and show some fucking love. Anyway, we appreciate all of you for real. Thank you again for being here. Joe, live long and